Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Tech Death, how are you? Lady V, how are you? Hey Liza, Bianca, and Musical, how are y'all? Hey Mandy May, how are you? Sweet Misery, how are you? Hey Art, how are you? My six kids mom, how are you? Okay, I guess Nightbot is not gonna work again tonight. Hey Slipper, how are you? Sloth Fan, how are you? Hey Glowbug, Liza, you doing okay tonight? All right. Email's pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to get in touch with me or send anything to me. Hey, Boomer Girl. Courtney, how are you? Yeah, my mouse is like going all wild and shit tonight. Hey, Fofa. Beckles, how are you? Mandy, let me check real quick because I know Sally Mae had sent me an email last night and I didn't get it. So let me check real quick. Princess Megan, how are you? All right, I did get uh, Sally Mace tonight. Okay, Mandy, yes, I see it on here. Where I had responded back to you on the Carfax thing. Is that the one you're talking about? Okay, now I didn't get anything about a video though. Exit Screaming, how are you? Hey, Kelly. Okay, yeah, Mandy. Well, wait, hold on. Oh, yes, I did get that one. I see it now. Okay, yeah, I can check it out tonight after the live and make some notes on it because Sally Mae had actually sent me something on CC Moore also that I need to go over, and I can have both of those ready for tomorrow night's live. Hey, Justine, how are you? Yeah, don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in and make sure that your chat is on live chat. Hopefully, chat will work right tonight and not want to act all up like it did last night. Hey, Scott, how are you? No, Scott, mine's a wired mouse. I still haven't gotten batteries for the wireless mouse yet. It was I don't know if there's something in the little sensor thing down here or what. It was going like all crazy a second ago. Okay. It's still not working. I think there's something on the little sensor part of it that's causing it to do like that. Because my little pointer thingy is just like going all over the screen when I'm trying to get it to one certain spot. One of the same ones I had over years musical. The one I have is a what are these? It's a gaming mouse. Razer. It's the one that I have. I think it's just a piece of fuzz or something down in the little where the little sensor thing is. I think that's all it is. I have to get a Q-tip and clean it out in a minute. Hey Libra Moon, how are you? Philip, how are you tonight? Hey Max, how are you? Amethyst, how are you? Amethyst, girl, it was 105 here today. Heat index was 112, and it is currently says 90 here. I don't think that's right. I think it's hotter than that. Hey Tabby Cat, how are you? It literally feels like an oven, and we're not supposed to get any rain for the next, I think it was 10 days. I believe it was 9 or 10 days showed on the weather thing. It's Christy girl, I know. It is so hot here. 109, 119 heat index. Oh my gosh. Tabby Cat, I would love some 72-degree weather right now. It's so hot here that you can't even go outside. Philip, I'm doing good, thank you. Exa Screaming says, I think Kohberger is guilty. What does everyone else think? Exa Screaming, there's some people in here that thinks he's guilty. There's some in here that thinks that he's innocent, and some are, kind of in between, wanting to wait and see more evidence before they decide. So we have a variety of opinions in here, which I think is cool. Hey, Larry, how are you? Oh, God, 65-degree weather sounds so good right now. And y'all know I hate cold weather or even cooler weather, but I would settle for 40-degree weather right now. And Lady V, that is true. There's different opinions in here, and we can still get along. Opinion, how are you? All right, so opinion said BK, if a stalker, part of his plan may have been to drive around while waiting for the house to be silent and lights out. He drove directions to use PCA against himself for a get out of jail free card. Okay. OCD Shaggy, how are you? Amethyst, yeah, I think the whole state of Louisiana right now is they're on a fire ban right now, and it's like my grass. It's brown because we haven't had any rain. It is so bad. Hey, Kelly, how are you? Let's see. Problem is, in a few months, it'll be -20. Hey, Larry, it doesn't get that cold down here. I think that maybe the coldest will get maybe the 20s in the northern part of Louisiana. But yeah, it's so hot right now. I would settle for that. I wouldn't even complain. In the Kohberger case, the defense has hired a top PhD expert DNA, Dr. Larkin, who has requested info on how the prosecution will. Yes, Max, we actually went over that paperwork last night. Water the grass. Honestly, Christy, they will probably, because it's so dry here, end up putting us where we can't water our grass just to conserve on water. Well, Beckles, it's completely fine to your opinion change on things. I mean, my opinion has changed on this case since the very beginning, and it's just based off of what is coming out in these different court documents. It's the more we learn about it, um, it's normal for opinions to change. Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? Riddler, how are you? Hey, Joey. There was no new documents today. Let me check one more time though, because they have been known to release documents while I'm in the middle of the live this late at night. Let's see. No, they have not. And I have to check them on my computer now because for some reason they're not updating on my phone. I don't understand that. No, Lonzo, nothing new today. TG, how are you? It's going crazy over the couch channel. Oh Lord, Sally Mae. I try to stay out of there, honestly. I've watched some lives over there here and there whenever I just if I don't have anything else to watch, I just like put it on the TV and listen. It's wild over there. Dreamcatcher, how are you? Let's see. I found BK's alibi to be very odd. He admits that he was out driving that night during the time of the murders, but he won't even give a general location. Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, the attorney is wanting to go in and speak with the judge about all this without the prosecution being there. So uh, we probably won't know until trial what she wants to go in and speak to him about regarding this whole alibi thing. But this trial is going to be interesting, y'all, for real. Okay, so wait, I read a post. Shit, hold on. I gotta stop my chat so I can read Max's thing. I read a post by a person who has been a genealogist for 30 years, and that person is of the opinion that the reason the DA has not sent the info to the defense after 7 weeks of DNA info is the info does not exist. Oh, damn. That's interesting, Max. Hey, Sunset Gazing, how are you? Better scrolling, they called the guy that I don't know. Oh, Dreamcatcher, that is awesome news. I'm glad that they called him. And please continue to send. And Dreamcatcher, you said it was your granddaughter, right? Uh, please continue to send our condolences to her and to his family. But I'm very happy that they did catch him. Hey, William, how are you? Okay, so it was her fiance. Yeah, I'm glad that they called him. That way he can't be out uh, doing that to other people or harming other people anymore. Tree baby, how are you? The OCD, yes, she was supposed to have her surgery this morning. I think she said 8 or 8:30, I believe, but I haven't heard anything from her. So I don't know if she'll get to come in tonight or if she'll have to wait until tomorrow night to come in. Excuse me. How are you, Christy? You're muted.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. How are you?
doing good.
I'm
Melting, but good.
huh?
I said I'm melting, but good.
I know y'all are hotter than the desert. That's insane.
It is. I don't think it's ever been this hot here that I can remember. Hey, Avery, it is just super super hot.
The high was 99 here today.
It
Thought
feels
it
like
was 21
a
today.
few days ago it didn't get over 100, but uh, yesterday all the way into the end of next week it's supposed to be 101, 102, 103.
Well, y'all just enjoy that heat, and I'll be over here in the desert enjoying the non-heat.
I wish the heat would go away, honestly. I am seriously ready for cooler weather.
150 something people died in Arizona from heat.
Yeah, it's super dangerous, especially for the older people who don't have air
People,
conditioner or even a fan.
64 people in Tucson died from the
Oh
heat.
my gosh.
Wow. Hello.
Lady B, how are you?
Hey, Lady B.
I'm awesome. How are you two beautiful ladies tonight?
Doing good.
I'm good, thank you.
I spent my whole first day at the salon by myself today. It was very interesting.
Oh, yay.
I
Did you
had
have
fun.
people?
I Yeah, I did. I had fun. Do you see
Awesome.
my baby? I put a picture of her on
Yes.
That's super cute. Riddler, how are you?
Hi,
I'm doing
Riddler.
fine, thank you. Sweating like a racehorse.
I I believe it.
Hey Riddler.
Hi, Lady V, Sweet Misery, Scarlet.
Oh,
Um,
and we got a little bitty drizzle for like 3 minutes
oh my
just now.
god. Ooh, I wish we could get just 20 minutes of rain. It would be perfect, but or not perfect, but you know what I mean.
Have
Maybe
you
it would
done the
cool
rain
stuff.
dance with your bullhorn?
Had I what?
Have you done the rain dance with your bullhorn?
Oh, girl, I ain't even going outside with it this hot.
Do it in your house.
No,
Doesn't
it'd be
matter.
mad like a water pipe would bust or something.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I give up.
Max, I'm not sure where Riddler is from. I just know somewhere in Florida.
Kelly P. My baby's name is Tali. It means God's gift.
Oh, that is too sweet. Okay, wait, we got Betty Joe backstage. Let me pull her up so
Oh.
she can tell us
Okay.
Yeah.
about her surgery. Betty Joe, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How did
Hey
your
Hey,
hon.
surgery go?
It went great.
Well,
Thank
How
that's
you
good.
goodness.
doing?
That's a. I got a little blurriness. but everything
When
else.
will it clear
Oh yeah, I can see a lot clearer out of that eye.
already?
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
I mean there's
wonderful.
still some blurriness, but yeah, I can see.
That's so odd. And when do you have the next eye done?
Um, I'm probably gonna wait until this one heals, and it takes
Oh, okay.
about a month.
I'm so
But
happy it's over with and you'll be able to see now.
Yeah, at least
yeah,
out of one eye.
well, I want to do the other one as soon as possible, but because I
Right,
don't put a lot of
Yeah.
pressure on this one.
right.
But
I
yeah,
think that's a good idea.
I'm just glad that it went okay and you can actually see something now. Even
yeah,
though it is still blurry, at least you can still see something.
yeah. He told me in the next couple of days it'll be. I go back tomorrow morning for my follow up to make sure everything,
Yeah.
When did he say it should be clear?
in a few days.
Okay.
That's so exciting for you, Betty Joe.
Thank you. I'm so happy.
Isn't it amazing what we can do nowadays?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Scott H., how are you?
when I
You're
went back, when I went back there, for the prep me for the surgery, I come out. It only took 10 minutes.
oh, damn. That didn't take long at all then.
I can, the longest was waiting to go back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
about
like the
right.
worst part of it.
But when I was coming out, they had me in a wheelchair. I was coming out, and my granddaughter says, "Mom, you're back."
Aw.
She said, "Your eye is fixed."
Aw,
But that's so cool, though, that you just had it done this morning and you can already see.
Yeah,
it is. It's
I mean,
amazing.
Because I
yeah,
was thinking, like, you have surgery on your eye like that, you're not going to be able to see for, at
right,
least a few days
right.
or
No,
till it
I was
heals. So,
nervous. I was nervous. I was scared. The doctor said, "Calm down. You're okay." He said, "I'm not going to hurt you."
Was it as bad as you thought it would be?
No.
That's usually the case.
Yeah.
well, I'm just glad that it went good.
They took the way he explained it, they took the bad lens out and put a good lens in.
Oh, wow. That
Did
sounds
they use?
scary, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did they use a donor or did they use an artificial?
I guess it's an artificial. I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey, Fofa.
Fofa, how
I'm,
are you?
Oh,
I'm just gonna
Vicky.
I'm gonna wait for this one to heal up, and then I'm gonna go back and have the other one.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy it went good for you.
Yeah, I just can't wait to. I mean,
Yeah, we can see a whole lot better when both of them are done.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
the bad part. That I can see good out this eye even with the blurriness, but the other eye is like starting to do what this eye was doing.
Oh, Liza says she took her grandma 20 years ago. She was reading the next day and driving in 3 days.
Yeah,
Wow.
he told me by tomorrow the blurriness should go away. He said if not, it'll take another day, and he just said it depended on me. But I mean, it's a little blurry. I can open it and I can look around.
You're making my eyes water, though, Betty Joe.
Hey, they gave me some good eye drops. That's all I know. They ought to be good. $65.
Yeah. Wow.
God. Yeah. Stuff is expensive like that. But, if it works, it's worth it. So,
Yeah,
Oh, thank the Lord we have it.
I mean, it costs over $3,000 to have it done.
right. Yeah.
Then I got to
Yeah.
pay 3,000 more to have the other one done.
I'd like to get LASIK, but I'm too scared.
But see, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was LASIK. It's not.
Yeah,
I
no,
wish
it's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
I could afford it. I don't know what it's like to see without glasses ever in my life.
Oh, I'm probably still gonna have to wear glasses.
The only time I need glasses is like close up, man.
Yeah, I'm probably still gonna have to wear glasses.
And I'm always taking my reading glasses on and off and on and on. I need to go set a doctor eye appointment, but I keep forgetting. Hey, my husband had his procedure on his heart today. He had a stress test. It went really well.
Oh, well, that's
He was,
That's
good.
good. That's good. I'm
they,
glad.
they had him on an incline on the treadmill, and he didn't even like lose his breath. He didn't even get winded.
That's
They're
good.
like, yeah. I'm like, they about pushed me flying off the back of that thing when I go on there. They're like, no, you're good. I'm serious. I had my left knee. I had 3 knee surgeries on it. So it's like, I can't run anyway.
Right.
And it's like, you're walking so fast. And I'm like, I swear, I'm just going to go flying off this thing and splat right against that wall.
Oh my God, the
Yeah.
trolls are already starting.
Yeah, I see that.
That's like the doctor asked the one that was giving me the stuff to like. It's not to put you to sleep, but to put you to sleep. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like where you don't feel nothing, but you're awake and you know what's going on and all that.
Yeah.
Well, he asked me. He says, "Why is your pulse so high?" I said, because I'm nervous." I said, "Wouldn't your pulse be high if you were nervous of somebody gonna cut your eye?"
Yeah, well, see now on I've had so many surgeries, it's really ridiculous, but I never get really nervous about it. But when it comes to my eyes, it's like it's different because it's
Well, that's what I told him. I said, "It's been almost 2 years like this. You know, I didn't even know what it was at first. I thought it was just, I don't know. I just thought it was my eyes being cloudy or whatever." I said, but then he said, "It's nothing to it." He said, "I'm just going to give you some stuff to relax you." He said, your eye is numb. You won't even feel what's going on." He said, "You'll be awake the whole time."
so you saw it coming down to your eye though.
No, no,
Oh, good, because that's the
no,
part that scares me. I'm like, I don't want to see it coming at me.
no. I didn't see nothing.
That's what
I didn't
scares me.
feel nothing. And it was over in 10 minutes. I think it was less than 10 minutes, actually.
That's great. I just jumped up here to tell you that I was really happy that everything turned out okay with it, Betty Joe.
I
I'm glad.
appreciate it. Thank you. And Riddler,
Is he still up here?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard what you said the other day about my eye. I hope everything went well. And I wanted to say thank you. But when I went to go say it in the chat, the live had already ended.
Oh,
So
okay. Well,
I
anyway,
wanted to thank
I'm just
you.
happy you can see through that eye now. God bless you. We prayed for you, and
That's good.
we just asked the Lord to lay His healing hands on you and touch
I,
you.
I appreciate it. I really do.
That and the little gremlin flipping us off hand.
I know that poor little gizmo.
But yeah, I'm so glad. I can't wait to get the other one done. And I appreciate everything, and I appreciate all the prayers.
Oh, you are very welcome. Everybody, as soon as I
I
started the live, they
appreciate
was
you.
like, "Well, didn't Betty Joe have her surgery today?" I was like, "Yeah, but I haven't heard from her."
Yeah, I just turned it on, and I heard you say you haven't heard from me, so I figured, well, let me try to find this link so I can come up and tell everybody. But I'm gonna jump down because I don't want
No,
to
you're
stay
good.
on here
Is
because
it
I got
is it hurting you like your eyes?
no,
Okay.
no
Okay.
pressure, no nothing. I
Oh,
just got to
that's
put
good.
eye drops in morning, afternoon, and night. I
Oh,
gotta
that
sleep with
sucks.
this plastic cover over my eye if I take a nap or if I go when I go to bed. So, because
Yeah.
I have a tendency of rubbing my eyes when I'm sleeping,
Mhm.
so there's a cover that goes over my eye that I don't rub it.
Okay. I was thinking maybe like after the surgery because if like the pressure from it, I can't imagine that would just be like super painful.
Yeah, no, there's no pressure, no nothing.
Well, that's good.
I'm not allowed to lift nothing over 5 pounds. So I
Mhm.
told Aubrey I'm not allowed to pick her up.
Yeah.
She's mad at me.
Yeah, but that I mean that's normal after any type of surgery.
Yeah. And he told me not to bend over. If I had to pick anything up, I had to bend my knees and pick it up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hey, Betty Joe. Hi, guys.
Hey,
Hey
Hi.
Avery,
Avery.
how are you?
I wanted to come up and tell Betty Joe that I'm so happy to hear that it went well. I was
Thank
saying
you.
prayers for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the prayers from everybody.
Yeah, everybody in chat was
Until yeah,
saying prayers.
I can't see the chat, and it'll probably be a couple days before I can. So
We
tell
lose
everybody.
sound
No, you can't hear us, Riddler?
and everything's gone. Let me go check my system.
Oh,
I just want to
go
let
ahead.
everybody in chat know. Thank you for all your prayers, your thoughts. It means a lot to me.
Oh, you are very welcome.
Betty Joe, do you have any discomfort
No,
now or
no, no,
nothing?
nope.
Wow, that's wonderful.
I can see out of it. It's just a little blurry right now.
I bet it makes you want to like keep wiping it to see if you can wipe the blur away, huh?
I, I want to touch it, but I'm not allowed. So.
Yeah, don't touch it.
No, my daughter, she's been putting the eye drops because I got to put eye drops in morning, afternoon, and before I go to bed. So she puts my eye drops in, and then we put a cover over it.
For how long do you have to put the eye drops in?
I think the whole month.
Oh, damn.
Well, don't miss it.
Oh
Right.
no. Oh
Well,
no.
Betty Joe, my dog decided to eat my glasses yesterday morning, and I thought that I'm not as blind as they say I am. I'll be fine. So I was, went to work, doing my thing, noticing everything wasn't looking right, hit a curb in my brand new car. I was like, okay,
Oh my goodness.
Good
well,
Lord.
I may need to just pull over here, to the eye place when I went in. And thankfully, they have this whole box of their free frames. Like when people order things that they don't like, they just
Right.
throw them in this box. And she just was able to take my chewed up ones because my lenses were okay, and pop them out and pop them into the other ones. And she said they literally have 2 to 3 people a week coming in because
Wow.
their dog ate their glasses, and and then I got scolded for driving. But
Uh,
I
yeah.
didn't realize, I
You
didn't
may have deserved that. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
Very true.
I didn't
I
realize just how blind I am.
I noticed when I started losing, because before I started losing my eyesight, I would take my daughter to work because she didn't have her driver's license yet. And then I started noticing that everything started getting hazier. It's like, what the hell is going on? So I told my daughter, I said, as she was going for her license, I said, that's a good thing. I said, because I think I'm losing my eyesight. And she said, well, we're going to take you to the eye doctors. So I went to the eye doctors to get my prescription renewed. And he said, you have cataracts. And this was when my grandbaby was a year old. And
And
she's
she's
three
what,
now.
3 now?
She's
So it's
three,
been
yeah.
2 years.
2 years.
Oh my gosh.
Because I don't have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to get Medicaid. They tell me I'm too young. I'm 56.
Damn.
Too young for Medicaid or Medicare?
I think it's Medicare. But I tried the Medicaid. I'm not old enough. That's
Yeah.
so
Do you get Social Security?
no.
Yeah, then they're not gonna, you can't get Medicare. But I don't see why you can't get Medicaid. That's through the state, and that's
They,
no age limit.
the only thing they in here in North Carolina, it's family plan. You know what that's for? Birth
Oh,
control.
huh?
The only thing here in North Carolina is they offer you the family plan, and that's for birth control.
Oh,
I'm too old for birth control.
Betty Jo, do you know if so I have astigmatism and I know my vision in one eye is 20/40 and the other eye is 21/80. Do you
Right.
know with astigmatism can you get that surgery?
The cataracts.
Oh, yours is for cataract.
Yeah, mine's cataracts. I
Oh, I
have a
thought we
yeah.
were
I have a
talking
stig.
LASIK.
No, I have astigmatism in my right eye because he told me. He said I can make you see 100% without glasses. But you got a stigmatism, and that's going to cause you to have wear glasses.
Oh, okay.
So, like I told him, I don't care if I got to wear glasses for the rest of my life. I just want
As long
to
as
be
you
able
can
to.
see.
Yeah, I want to be able to see clear.
Right.
And I don't care if it's through glasses or not.
I'll tell you what though, yesterday once they got my glasses, in a frame for me and I put them on and got in the car and glanced in the mirror, man, I looked like shit. My makeup was all jacked up. I got everything in the wrong spots. It was bad.
Keep your
But
glasses away from your dog.
they were up high too. I don't even know how. They were saying something about because your scent is on them, so the dogs, want to get them.
Yeah.
I don't know how the heck she even got him. She was having a field day with him. And then she made me chase her for him. So
I just want to let everybody know how it went.
Well,
I'm
thank
so
you for
glad.
letting us know and keeping us updated.
Now,
And
when is your next eye?
well, I go back tomorrow for my follow up on this eye, and I'm gonna see when I can schedule for the next.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
I'm waiting to. What I want to do is wait till I can actually, and it's not blurry to see, which only takes a couple of days. But I don't want to do that and have this one still healing. So I'm gonna wait
Yeah.
until this one's almost healed up, and then possibly go back.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Hopefully that one will be just as good as this one was.
Yeah. Well, this one ain't. My right eye ain't as bad as my left eye was. My left eye was bad. I couldn't see nothing out of it. My right eye, I still could see a little bit out of it.
These are the days of our lives. We are all falling apart, literally.
That's what
What it
happens when
feels
you
like.
get old.
I'm telling you, these days it's a risk just to bend over.
But I appreciate everything. I appreciate all your prayers. I'm gonna let you get back to your live. I'll be listening.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know how it went.
No problem.
Hopefully it'll heal up quicker than what you expect, though.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
But thank you all.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Have a good
Love
night.
you,
I'm glad
sweetie.
that you're doing all right.
Love you guys. Have a good night.
Get some rest.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, hold on one second, y'all. Okay, I was answering someone in chat. All right, and Lady V, you're going to drop that link in the back chat also, right?
Well, I was trying to, but for some reason my copy and paste isn't working.
Oh, okay.
So I put it in chat
Okay.
because I mean this is for domestic violence and stuff, but it can be used for any type of help that you need.
There you go. It's in the back chat.
You got it? Thank you. I was afraid I would drop if I did that. Yeah, so guys, this is the international hand signal for help for domestic violence or any kind of, if you're like in any kind of dangerous situation, if you do this hand signal that Scarlett's going to show, if you see somebody do it, call the police. If you need help, then go ahead and show this hand signal, and somebody hopefully will call the police for you.
Okay, let me get it pulled up here on my screen real quick.
I mean, with all the kidnappings and all the things that are going on, I think it might be a good thing to learn.
A good PSA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there any sound to it? Okay,
Yeah,
well,
well, the
the sound
words,
isn't okay. Yeah, well, they can just read it then because the words is just it's just of a video playing, but they'll have to read it.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, the one I had, I didn't have to do that, but
Okay, Christy. Oh, never mind. She done left us.
I thought I just grabbed your chat or the link that you sent in the other
huh.
chat, Lady V.
Well, give me a second.
I heard
Give me.
people talking.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Let me make sure I. Okay, I'll drop this in the chat to make sure we have the right one.
Yes, Dreamcatcher, I can. And I had brought this up the other night. There may be some people that's in here tonight that went in here the other night, but if y'all could please keep Dreamcatcher's granddaughter and her granddaughter's fiance's family in your prayers. Her fiance was murdered.
Oh,
I don't remember exactly what day she told me, but they have caught the guy, but her granddaughter's still not doing very good with it. So if you could keep, the granddaughter and the fiance's family in your prayers.
Okay,
Oh
folks,
my
I dropped it.
goodness.
All right, wait, where did you draw? Oh, the new one in the chat?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Scarlett, what is the name
Wait, what is the what?
the name.
of my prayer list?
Okay, you broke up. I just heard name and then prayer list.
What's the name for her prayer list?
Oh, I don't know Dreamcatcher's daughter's name, and I don't know if she wants to put it on here or not, but I don't know how you would put that on a prayer list either.
Okay,
Just
it's okay. I can just put Dreamcatcher's gobble now.
okay,
That's fine.
okay. Oh, she put it in chat. If you can see chat, thank
I
you,
Okay,
can
thank
send it
you.
Dreamcatcher.
to.
I just didn't want to say her name out loud. But yeah, y'all, please keep that family in your prayers. That's a very sad situation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me get this video pulled up here. And this video is only a minute long, but I want to say that we were talking about this, I don't know, like a while back about the hand signal.
Yeah.
If you're in a situation, there's a hand signal that you can do. And I kind of tried to explain it to people, and they didn't quite understand what I was saying on how to do it. So I'm going
Right.
to play this. I got to find it on my list. Where did it go? Okay, here we go. All right, and I do have the sound muted because the sound that it's just the girl on here talking to the other lady on a call or whatever, and I don't think that's. I think they're
No,
kind of
they're
talking
just
back and forth.
acting like they're getting recipes from each other.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And you'll see it whenever she pulls her hand up. And it just says she is not asking for a banana bread recipe. And then there she goes with a hand signal. She is experiencing abuse and signaling for help. Without leaving a digital trace. Okay, that was all of it, just showing that part of it. Oh, wait, let me go with this play too. And Lady D also posted this in the chat if anybody would like to bookmark it and keep it, pass along to anyone else that you think may need it.
Yeah, if you see somebody doing this sign, don't inject yourself. Just call law enforcement.
Yes.
And if you need help, use it.
All right. Well, thank you for giving me that link because
You're welcome. It's hard to explain.
right, because like I said, we were talking about it a while back, and somehow I forgot what it was, but Gabby Watito's case got pulled up when we were talking about the Idaho 4 stuff. And I was trying to explain about the hen signal, and it was kind of hard to explain for people to understand without seeing me do it.
Right.
All right. Okay, let me get everything off my screen here so I can see what I'm doing. And check the Idaho thing real quick as well. Just send it to me. Okay. All right. Okay, now I'm ready to go. So, how have y'all been today?
Well, miserably hot.
Yes.
God, it just hits you right so hard. It's like you walk right into a steam bath.
It does.
There's no relief, and when the wind blows, it's warm.
Yeah, it's like it's no break from it.
Yeah, it's still like 78 degrees here.
Oh, Ray, I'm sorry. I seen Ray ask for the link a second ago, and I didn't drop it right then. Hold on, Ray. I'm getting it for you. Okay. I'm not so I don't know. It's still yeah, it's still super hot here. Thank you, Courtney. All right, I'm trying to check my email because I was sent an article, but I'm trying to see what this is about. It's something Bryan Kohberger's defense, not a real alibi, says lawyer.
Oh, the lawyer, you know.
Is that?
Well, it wasn't. They didn't give an alibi. It's not a real alibi. That was the whole point. That's why they didn't file it as an alibi.
Well, it may be that Nima Ramani. I believe Nima Ramani, and I hope I'm saying his last name correctly. I believe he is at WSU. I want to say that's where I remember his name coming from. And he's a professor there or something, but I could be wrong. But I think that's where I've seen him at. Hey Ray, how are you?
I'm doing good now.
That's
All
the
right.
chicken.
That's
Hey,
my
Ray.
chicken, my black chicken.
There's
Sugar
your
Ray.
chicken.
What's it actually called again, Scarlett?
I thought the way he was explaining it, it would have been an I am Samani, but I am Samani's their face and everything, legs,
Everything's
everything
black.
is black.
But
Yeah.
there's actually, I looked it up. There's 18 different types of black chicken, and there's several of them that have the black meat. I'm not gonna kill this one to find out, but there's several.
Well, now you got a chicken friend.
Are you
Yeah,
going to get a
poor chicken.
DNA?
It chose you, and
Yeah,
that
and
poor chicken chose you, and you decided to get rid of
he's
it.
just an
Poor thing.
adolescent. He's just a little baby. It's like his waddle
Aw.
hasn't grown in. His crest isn't finished growing in.
Uh-oh.
He crowed, he crowed today. The first time I heard him do it, twice.
Yeah, chickens are cool when they're not mean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me grab this article real quick and pull up. I actually have two, I think, sitting in my email right now. And yes, this is from Perez Hilton. For those who know who Perez Hilton is.
Mhm.
Hey, Candy with the C, how are you? Boba, did you really just say uh-uh?
No, I made a noise, but I was more like,
Oh,
yep, I
okay.
know who that is. All right, here we go. Very credible source. Let's see what's coming.
I don't know. Prince is pretty cool though. You have to give him credit.
Yeah, I'm always grinning. I've said I'm like Marley. I smoke 2 joints, then I smoke 2 joints.
Okay. So it says Brian Kohberger's defense is not a real alibi, says lawyer. So we learned last week that the long-awaited alibi of Brian Kohberger, the accused and murderer in the shocking murders of the University of Idaho, and y'all, I don't have my glasses on, so it's really hard for me to see. Of the 4 University of Idaho students last November is preparing for his trial, and his public defender has to present her theory of the case. So in this case, they said that they would be putting up an alibi defense, and that alibi, Kohberger was driving around all on his own with no one to back up that story. With the Perez Hilton flair. What the filing read: Mr. Kohberger is not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time. At this time, there is not a specific witness to say precisely where Mr. Kohberger was at each moment of those hours between late night November the 12th, 2022, and early morning November 13th of 2022. He was out driving during the late night and early morning hours between November the 12th and the 13th of 2022. So, let's see, what does this say after? So it says, look, we're no big city lawyers. We are small town lawyers, but we've watched enough Law and Order to know that this may be the worst alibi that we've ever heard.
Good Lord.
I can completely hear Perez Hilton as he's saying this, y'all. Hey, Emery, how are you? You don't have to wait. You don't have to have evidence or witnesses to back up an alibi. That's what makes it an alibi, and not just saying it wasn't me. Well, celebrity attorney Nima Rahmani is willing to go a step further than calling it a crap alibi. The former federal prosecutor and president of the West Coast Trial Lawyers says it is not really an alibi at all. Speaking to DailyMail.com on Thursday, Rahmani blasted at the legal tactic by saying that they're just trying to poke holes in the prosecutor's case instead of presenting an actual alibi. So it's not a real alibi defense. It's more sort of cross-examining the government's witnesses by arguing by inference. Yeah, I cannot see where the shit tonight. That because Kohberger's phone wasn't there, Kohberger wasn't there either. So if all they're doing is saying that the government can't prove that Kohberger was at the house at the time of the murder through the use of his phone, then that's an alibi. We tend to think Rahmani is right there. Or Lord Jesus, right here. But will Ann Taylor and the rest of Kohberger's legal team get in trouble for not meeting the standard of a proper alibi defense? Or will the prosecutors be happy to allow the defense to present next to nothing to the jury? We'll see soon enough. The trial is currently scheduled to start in October. Hopefully it starts in October and it doesn't get moved. I just wanted to read that in Perez Hilton's voice.
So does the judge now tell the defense, well, since you didn't bring me an alibi when I asked for it, you will not be able to bring it up in the court in the trial?
He could, but I doubt it.
I would.
They went with the abundance, like they said, with abundance of caution is why they're even bringing it up. And
Well, I would
then
think
they asked for the ex parte hearing if the judge wanted to discuss it further with them. So I think that would be the next step.
I would think the prosecution would bring it up already, and then the defense could say something about it anyhow, because the prosecution already brought it up. Because they're going to have to say he left his house at this time, he was here at this time, his phone went dead at this time, the phone came back at this time, he pulled back into it, and they'll show the route, and that opens up that information for the defense to counteract.
Yeah,
Well,
and
do you think
I mean,
that?
I don't think they're giving up anything by saying that he was out driving because they've already gotten back the cast and the auto like reports from the FBI because those are like mandated. And so they obviously have the car and the phone pinging simultaneously as he goes on his scenic route at least and the next day. So that's something that if they can work with it in their favor and
Well, I'm
create
just like,
reasonable doubt about where he was, like in the time when his phone was off, or if he turns off his phone other times. I don't know, but I don't think that they would be able to really get around that anyway. So I don't think that they're giving anything up with it.
my thing is, he doesn't, if he is driving around, that's his alibi. He doesn't have anybody that watched him. Maybe he doesn't have any proof that he bought stuff at a gas station.
But
And
under the law in Idaho, that doesn't qualify as an alibi legally.
well, I would have never, like I say, I would have never said nothing. I have the right to remain silent, and I'll stand on the Constitution. Thank you.
But do you think that since Anne, which we know she's got the cast stuff back or whatever, do you think that she sees that it doesn't put him at the house, and maybe so that's just why she just threw that out there that he was out riding around that night. Hey, baby
Well,
boo, how are you?
if he
I
doesn't have any type of evidence to prove anything, he could say anything, and it's better to just go along with the prosecution has already put out there. Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Mhm.
But can
I
the
just wasn't at
defense?
the house, and I didn't commit these crimes.
But can the defense now say my client, or can they put Mr. Kohberger on the stand and say, where were you at 2:30 a.m. and where were you at 3 a.m. Where were you at 3:30 a.m.? Where were you at 4 a.m.?
Do
So
you
now,
drive like watching your clock?
well,
Wait,
I'm just saying, as a general person, a random
no,
person, do
no,
you
but
drive
see,
watching your clock?
it stopped her if he can now to present something.
Well, my
Right,
thing
right.
is that they have that evidence via phone data. Regardless, they'll be able to tell where he's at that time and that time and that time, except for when the phone was dead.
But what I'm trying to say is, let's say he did stop somewhere at 4:20 and purchase gas. He can't now use that as an alibi in a courtroom if he
That's not
hasn't
where
brought.
he was at 420 Riddler. We all know
Well, I
he was
know it. I'm
at
just using that as
420.
hypothetical.
I do something else at
I
He
mean,
had to
would
pick 420 exactly.
but I would think though if this was so planned out, okay, that he would have had the Lord y'all the car completely gassed up, so he wouldn't have to stop anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like he would make sure he has plenty of gas before he goes and does this. Hey Tracy,
I don't know. He could have stopped somewhere.
So how
I
many
don't know if
hours?
I would have known
How
what
many?
time.
How many hours was he on the road?
he
was
left
it
at
two
And
something,
I'm talking.
2:30,
I'm sorry. I
five
was talking
something?
about driving hours.
I think he left at 2 something from his
That's what I said.
apartment.
His house, and he got at the house at five something.
Yeah, and got back at 5 something to his house.
So three.
Yeah, something like that.
But and the thing that they filed, they said he was out even on the night of the 12th. So they have him going out in his car driving even before the PCA timeline starts with his
Yep,
car.
because they don't mention anything in a PCA about him driving around on November the 12th, just after midnight. Hey, KK. I want to say it was 2:52 is when the girls, Kaylee and Maddie, stopped calling Jack. That was like the last call. But I want to say 2:48 is when they said he left his house. or somewhere. I'm gonna have to go pull the PCA back up.
More coincidences, right? More similarities.
Hmm. Tony, thank you so much for that super chat. He said for Scarlett's new eyebrow warmers. Tony, thank you. Let me grab the PCA real quick.
And I don't think like the prosecution can't call Kohberger as a witness. He has to go on the stand for the defense if he ever goes on the stand.
Just wondering, I want to say yeah, maybe he's going to get up there and testify, but then I just think I don't think he is. Let's see. The defense can probably establish a long-term pattern of Bryan's driving habits. I mean, yeah, Tonka, she's gonna have to. She's gonna have to show that proof.
She said that he had a habit of it.
But I'm wondering though if at any of those times was his phone off
How
while he
far
was
did
driving.
Cass go back on his phone?
Well, he got the phone that he had then. I believe they said in June of 2022. So I don't know if she would be able to get it.
I'm just wondering if that's long enough to establish a pattern.
That would only be 3 months. I don't know if she would be able to get anything from like whenever he lived in Pennsylvania or not.
See, when the state comes out and starts putting their timeline of where he's at in that vehicle, how does she counter that when it's her turn to talk? See, the scales are tilting now towards the prosecution.
But I think that she's agreeing that the car was out and about. But at the same time, I don't know if they're conceding that it was even in Moscow. Like, I think that
You
they're just
got to
saying he
know
was
though
driving.
that the defense has the same evidence that the prosecution has, so they know what they're looking at as well.
Yeah.
And that's why I almost wonder if they don't have something to. I mean, I don't know, in my
I
mind,
mean,
maybe
if the
there's a way
cast,
that they could just have him, like, not show up in Moscow at all. If the phone wasn't on, and there's all those gaps in the cameras,
Mhm.
I feel
If
like
the
it is
gloves don't
possible.
fit,
I mean, if this cast report, if it comes back and it doesn't put him in Moscow, nowhere around this house or anything like that during the time that they're saying that the murders happened, what else is the state going to go off of? I mean, they have the DNA, yeah,
I
but
mean,
what
if they
else are
can
they going
track
to?
the car, like, pretty consistently, that'd be one thing, but if they've got a 30-40 minute gap in between the car appearing on cameras, and it leaves Moscow, and then all of a sudden, I mean, it leaves Pullman, and then all of a sudden it's on the other side of Moscow for the first time on a camera. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
See, she can agree to the yeah, that's my client on the vehicle, and those are my phone pings. The state's got the burden; they got to get him inside that house, because if he's not in the house, those 5 charges don't exist. It's impossible. Physics. He's got to go inside the house to commit burglary and the M1s on all 4 victims. So if they can't put him in the house, I mean, so what if he was riding out front? If I'm a juror, I don't care if he rode around out front. I don't care if he rode around out back.
I just said, Fade, how are you? I mean, but do they have him? Okay, so we know they have the car on camera, okay, but do they have his face
a car.
behind the wheel, or do they have him getting out of that car that they've been watching through all this video footage? Him getting out of that car, going into the house, and then leaving out of the house, getting back in that same car. Like, do they have that? Do they have his plates on camera? Do they have
Well,
any of that?
well, they got his face coming out of the car going into the Albertsons. So they've been
Right.
pretty accurate. It's matching up with their timeline on the car.
But that time
But
that the phone was dead, if they don't have no pictures of him around the house, and the next picture they see is going the opposite direction, that roundabout way back to Pullman. Like you say, they can't even place them in the area, let alone in the house.
Because if what they, this is just going off of what's in the PCA and stuff, but they obviously didn't have the license plate because they couldn't figure out whose car it was. The
Right.
only unique feature about the car was that it didn't have a front license plate, which you've got two universities right there with a bunch of out-of-state students.
And it could have had no license plates because they didn't get the back license plate. So we don't know, you know what I mean? Some doubt.
Maybe they could just see the bushy eyebrows from the surveillance video after that. Oh, Tony's not up here.
Well, I kind of think, I still think about that, the plural pants. And it wasn't one occupant or occupants.
It had the didn't have the S in the parentheses.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it said occupant or occupants is basically how it was reading out.
Can I
Scarlett,
add?
go ahead, Betty Joe. Go ahead. I mean,
No.
Lady V.
Lady V.
No, it's all right. You go ahead.
What does the PCA say when they see him at Albertsons?
Okay.
Does it say similar to the suspect one vehicle?
Let me pull up the
It says
card.
suspect vehicle 1, and essentially it brings the three together. It's the first time that you can really see him clearly on the video with the car and with the phone. That's like the moment where they pull all three together.
And I don't know why when I go to search Albertsons in the PCA, it doesn't bring it up for some reason. I have to
Look
scroll.
for Kate. Isn't that the Kate's coffee shop?
Yeah. Is it with a K or a C? I don't remember.
With a K, I think.
Okay, here we go. I don't know why it doesn't pull up Albertsons. That's weird.
Sometimes the PDFs have a hard time with L's and B's.
Okay. Okay, so further analysis, I just need to find the Albertsons part here. Okay, so at 12:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive. I need Albert. Okay, here we go. All right, so at approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1.
Consistent.
Yeah.
Sorry.
At approximately 12:49, interior surveillance camera showed Kohberger walk to the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and then leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Then it shows Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, and it's got that map with all the little yellow arrows on it or whatever. So it says that it's consistent with suspect vehicle 1.
That's semantics and verbiage. It could be similar. It could be like, it could be all these words, but consistency is more like same, but it's not same.
It lines up with the one that we think it is, but it doesn't say is.
But yeah, whoever testifies to that, you ask them, does that mean the same? Does that mean exact? So is this the same vehicle, or could it be a
No, it
different
doesn't.
vehicle?
It does not mean that.
I just want to know what he bought at Albertsons that they're saying is unknown items.
He bought all stuff to go burn the clothes.
I mean, did he?
Up in Johnson.
Did he buy stuff like that? Hey, Tommy, how are you? Did he buy stuff to burn all of the clothes with? Did he buy Ziploc bags? Did he buy trash bags? What did he buy that they're claiming as unknown items when if I'm not mistaken, someone had posted a picture of the inside of the Albertsons down there, and all the cameras are right above the cash register. So why are they unknown items? I mean, it had to have been something that he needed, because right after that is when his phone goes off the network from 5 whatever to 8 whatever that night.
So he actually has a bunch of unaccounted for time in the
Right,
middle there
right.
between when he leaves the Albertsons and then that 5 o'clock,
Yes,
5:30.
they don't. Yeah,
There's nothing about where he was during that whole time.
no,
And then all of a sudden his phone goes off again.
he leaves at 1:04, and then it says that additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36, the phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 to 8:30 p.m. Well, he could have went and bought bags from Albertsons to bury the stuff with, or he could have bought stuff to burn the clothes with.
Or he could have just been going on another drive with his phone off at 5 something p.m. It's pretty dark there at that time of year.
Or they could already know what he was doing and it doesn't help their case, so why put it out there?
True.
I mean, he could have been buying food, but if he's buying food, then why is he not taking the food back home? You know, which he could have, but it seems like they would have had him going back to his apartment
You ever
instead
sit
of.
on a park bench and eat lunch by yourself? Watch water, watch birds, animals, commune with nature.
So I mean, he could have done that, but for 4 hours.
I
He
hike
also liked
longer
to
than
go
that.
hiking.
Yeah, I hike longer than that. I go hiking like 7, 9 miles.
And there's that national park right there.
So
Hmm.
could he have maybe went and bought himself something to eat, went and did whatever for 4 hours, and then went hiking for the 5:30 to 8:30
No,
time?
before the 5:31, I would think.
Then why? I wonder why they're not putting that time in the PCA of what he was doing.
I mean, I think that's an excellent question.
Well, the PCA is going to be slanted towards the state.
So there's two possibilities. They don't know and they know and they don't want to say. Or
Hmm.
they're going to say later, like a
Hmm.
bombshell during the trial, if it's, a negative towards Kohberger.
Okay, hold on. I got to answer a text message back. Never fails when I go live.
Because I believe they have a lot we just don't know. I hope, like I say, I want somebody to be guilty, but I want to make sure they have the right person.
Yeah.
Is there documentation that the state asked for the cameras or the footage or the film from excuse me, from Albertsons?
And you don't know
Yeah.
their SOP with digital
Um,
data, how long they hold it.
I mean,
there,
it's
it's
in the probable cause affidavit, so they would have had to get it somehow. They could have just gone in and asked for it,
yeah,
probably.
because there
There's no
is
search
no,
warrant.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. There's no search warrant for Albertson, so yeah, they could have just went in and the manager or
It could have been
whoever,
given voluntarily.
yeah, just handed it over to them.
And
Yeah,
then you got to think they went as far as those other two towns to get footage.
yeah. I handed footage over to the police before, and they said, "If you like, we can get a warrant." I said, "You don't need a warrant here."
Yeah.
I
So
also
they,
thought at one point in the PC, also they talk about how it's the Fish and Wildlife. Um, I don't know. It's like the equivalent of the DNR, Department of Natural Resources, but
oh,
it's
you're
like
talking about like the
fish.
game wardens or what?
Yeah,
Wildlife and Fishery Services.
yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Search for that in the PCA, Scarlett, if you could.
Wait, do
what
what
they
now?
call it here in California
Search
is, I
for
think
fish.
it's BOM,
Search for it in the PCA.
Bureau of Land Management.
Okay, there's no land management in here.
Fish.
Fish. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Nope, no fish.
Hunting.
Wildlife.
Hunt. I don't know.
Oh, nothing about any of that.
I'll find it. Hang on.
Just
What
look
is
up
it?
like sports fishing or recreational fishing, and it'll bring up the
No,
license and
but
they'll give you the agency.
yeah, I can find it.
So, what is it exactly that you're talking about in the PCA?
No, just that they are mentioned. I want to know what they found. What they were doing.
Okay, let me see if I can just. You don't remember what part of the PCA it was?
No, I mean
Yeah,
kind of, but
why
not
put
enough to tell
relevant
you.
or irrelevant information, right? Extraneous stuff that's not needed.
Okay, so let me see if it's under some type of
Or check
enforce.
wildlife, maybe.
Yeah, I checked wildlife and it wasn't in there. Seeing if there's like a different type of enforcement. There's it's, enforcement is mentioned 10 times in it, so. That's Washington law enforcement. Okay.
Is it a state park or a national park?
I believe a national park, but
Okay.
I'm not 100.
Uh, hmm. I don't think it has anything to do with enforcement either. If it does, I don't see it. No, it don't. It went back to the top of the thing.
It might be in something else, but I'm almost positive this is where it is.
Okay.
I'm looking now. I'll tell
I
you if I
trust you
find it.
100%.
Okay.
You'll find it.
I'd forgotten about it.
Game management. Let me try that.
Sounds promising.
No, the word game isn't even in the PCA.
What about management?
What about Department of Parks and Recreation?
Okay, so damn, department's only mentioned once in here, and that
Very
was
good.
on the very first
Very good.
page.
Sitcom.
But the other thing is that it's such a terrible scanned PDF that searching it is not the most effective thing. Drives me nuts when they
Yeah,
do
because half the
this.
time it doesn't find the words that I need it to find. And sis, yeah, they were still asking Moscow PD where the day that this PCA was wrote on the 29th, they were still asking the public's help with looking for that white car. Let's see. Tell us when she's finished looking for whatever they are looking for. Okay, let me go find Caddy's comment. Liza, hold on. Sweet and salty, how are you? I gotta find. Okay, found the quotes from Ethan's mom, but not sure I can mention another channel in here. It's a news source. Caddy, yes, you can mention other channels as long as you're not bashing the channel.
I would say our ad or propagating a false narrative.
What about park rangers? Isn't that what they're called on the national level?
No, it's definitely something with fish. I know that it had fish in it.
That might be the state. Because, like here, I think it's like game, fish, and wildlife.
Yeah, ours is Wildlife and Fisheries Services or something like that.
So it's going to make a difference if you pulled into a national forest or a state forest.
I think California is Fish and Game something. I don't know what the last word is.
Was it forestry, Fofa?
I was thinking that, but that
I
don't
don't
have
think
fish in it.
so. I'm almost positive, but now I'm starting to think maybe it wasn't in here, but I'm pretty sure that it is. I just don't know where right now.
Okay, Sweet and Salty said try campground. I thought one was mentioned. Okay, let's try campground. No, there's no campground either mentioned in it. But also, like Fofa said, this search thing for PDFs doesn't work half the time. Christina, how are you? Michelle Hicks, how are you?
I think to myself, I wonder if El Guapo's map, I think he still has his site up, if his map has that on there, because his map was pretty detailed.
I'll have to go back tonight and see if I can find it. Courtney, something that Fofa says she remembers reading in it.
I'm just crazy. Yeah, don't. It's like move on, and I'll chime back in when I find what I'm looking for. This is not to do that.
Would it have
Everyone needs to.
been in like another type of document?
Could have been. I don't think so though.
But was it something like a part that was
And
mentioned?
it also has. It's not like relevant really to anything. It's just something that I found weird that was in there, which I was just trying to.
I don't know. If you find it, let me know, or if you think
Yeah,
it's in
move
another
on.
document or whatever.
Leave me be with the document. I don't want to drag everyone else down this.
Hey, Tony B, how are you? Let me look at this other thing that I have. Oh God, this one's kind of long. And I save this one for later. Oh Lord, Kelly. Let's see. Agape Love, no, it's not. It's FOFA. Department of Wildlife, Fish, and Game. I did look for departments in there, Brad, and it didn't bring anything up either. Hopefully she'll be able to find it because now it's driving me crazy not knowing what she's talking about. Was it something to do with him being after him leaving Albertsons?
I think it had to do with the like who was involved in like with the videos or not. I don't know about the video, just like the resources. I'm not sure. Go read the other thing.
Okay.
I'll find the thing and I'll let you know. I just don't want to make everyone wait for something that I may not find.
Callie Dom, how are you?
I have that same memory, William, that they were saying 2011 to 13, almost up until they arrested him.
It
They
was.
did.
It was. I can hold on. I'll go to their website. It was literally on their press releases all the way up to December the 29th. They were still asking for a 2011 to 2013. They were wanting the public's help finding that 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. Now I just got to go in here and find the 29th, y'all. And I cannot see nothing tonight for some reason. My allergies are so bad. Okay, this is the one. Yes, right here. Pull it up. Okay, so y'all can see it says December the 29th of 2022 right there. And KK, she was up here earlier. She said that her surgery went good and it's still, her eyes still a little blurry, but she is able to see some in it as well, and she don't have any pain or anything like that. All right, so it says December the 29th on here, which is the day that the PCA was written, the day before Bryan gets arrested. And now I gotta go find right here. Progress continues to locate the white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra believed to be in the immediate area of the King Road residence during the early morning hours of November the 13th. Investigators believe that the occupant or occupants may have critical information to share about the case. If you know of or own a vehicle matching this description, or know of anyone who may have been driving this specific vehicle on the days preceding or the days of the murders, please forward that information to the tip line. Like all the way up until he was arrested, they were screaming 2011 to 2013. They never once corrected it until the PCA came out. Okay. I almost screenshot this, y'all, because I've noticed that it seems like there are some things that goes missing in some of these documents. Okay. So I don't know when they are claiming that this vehicle expert guy from FBI came out and changed it from 2013 all the way up to 2016. They never came out to the public with that.
I have contended, pretty regularly that they have information we don't know, and that it'll come out, and hopefully, they feel like they can get a conviction. Hopefully, they do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is some stuff that the public don't know, especially with the gag order in place. There's probably stuff that we don't know about, which is why this damn thing needs to happen.
And
And
on the
October.
other side of the coin, you hope it's not a pride thing where they're just going to stick with their man, because I've seen several other cases go that way, and their man wasn't their man.
Yeah, I just hope. I mean, because this is a death penalty case. If he did it, he deserves a death penalty, 1,000%. But I just hope that they're able, to come out and prove it without a shadow of a doubt that he's the person who done it. Because you don't want an innocent man going to death row, but you don't want a guilty man walking free either. Peyton, thank you so much for that super sticker. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
And in the real world, some people are innocent and they're found guilty, and some people are found guilty and they're innocent.
They're innocent, yes. It may not happen on a daily basis, but
That
it
was
does
both the
happen.
same way, but opposite. I just realized that.
Wait, what?
Some are guilty and found innocent, and some are innocent and found guilty.
Found guilty.
I said it the same way, just opposite way the first time.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if there's ever been someone, Lady V would know, who was being tried for like an SK and was found not guilty. Normally, all these SKs that they put in there, they get them.
What? Well, the only one I know of is the one that, the one that, his name went out of my head, Riddler.
Riddle me this, Lady V.
Yeah, Lady V's like tired tonight. Oh God, the one you always talked about, the Gainesville Ripper. That's the only one I can think of that
Oh,
ever.
when they had Humphreys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can't think of another one where an innocent man went to prison for a SK. I can't think of any others.
Right. Of course, they had Humphrey in jail because he beat up his grandmother.
Oh God.
Well, have they put a SK on trial and then they have been found innocent or got off? That's what I wanted to know.
Well, in Humphrey, the case that she's talking about, they presented evidence to what they call evidence to a grand jury, and they couldn't get an indictment. And it wasn't until everything was all hunky and dory once the news media told them, "Well, we got our man," and things started booming again back in Gainesville because now you're talking about football games down there bringing in millions upon millions of dollars, and they did a DNA, and DNA was in its beginning stages back then, and the blood test showed it was not the same as Humphrey. I think the guy's name was Edward Humphrey. They were not. It was not the same. But he fits the T when you look at everything that the police brought up about him.
Yeah.
I mean, he fixed the T because he's on lithium. He goes to the University of Florida, and he's real handy with knives, especially big ones. And they said he talks foolish talk, scary talk. The students did. So they trailed him, and they witnessed him beating up his grandmother. I mean, she's got an eye shut tight, but she says he never hit. I mean, I've just read so many things on it. I don't know what to believe, but anyway,
Though he if they hadn't have arrested him, he may have gone off and done exactly what he was accused of doing.
Right. So they got him arrested, and I think he ended up serving about 10 months, and it took them 9 months to find that the real bad guy was Danny Rolling.
I can't think of any big cases where SKs got off. No, I mean, but there's a whole lot more of those than we realize. So, I mean, it's possible that some have gotten off. I don't know.
Eric, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, you could Google it; it'll show
Can
up.
Can I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
What all did you guys think about last night? I've been mulling that over. I just still don't. I don't see it. I don't see it that way.
If I was in Vegas,
It's a niche
if I was in Vegas, I would say those are real low odds. It's a possibility, but it's not a 99% possibility or 80% possibility.
Yeah.
And
I've been mulling it over all day in my head, and I just can't. I mean, yeah, anything's possible, but I just can't see it that way.
No, I'll go to my grave believing that none of those folks were slinging, which is a term.
Right.
Okay, y'all know what it means.
Yeah.
Slinging. Hey, dog, what up, G? So I just don't see them on that kind of stuff.
But that's why the car is whipping it out of there at 420. He's gotta he forgot his joint.
Yeah. Well,
he's gotta get back in time.
I mean,
Also,
he was basically saying that he was basically saying those that were unalived were innocent parties. But I mean.
Yeah, but he was just saying that as a caveat because he doesn't know. No one knows. I mean, no one really is going to know because it will all be hearsay unless something was filmed.
Yeah, until anything's proven in court or anything like that.
Because those people are no longer with us to corroborate it.
Right, and then the two that are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they said anything, it's still hearsay. It's still not proof.
Yeah, it would have to be something that could be proven, and I just don't think that with the 4 victims can be proven at all. I'm like y'all. I don't see them. They were good students. And I get college kids are going to do stuff. I just can't see it with these.
No, I
You know
can't.
what I'm
I
saying?
say unless somebody comes forward or a couple somebody comes forward that was involved in that illicit activity and
Well,
have
no.
like
Oh, yeah.
time, so pictures on their phone, so on and so forth.
What does the police say? Do they say this is?
I haven't heard anything when it comes to that subject come from the police.
I found it.
Yay!
Bravo.
It
I'll
was
be
in the
right back.
wrong. I was in a
Okay.
different doc. It's in a different document. But
Well, that's why I couldn't find it in the PCA.
well,
Hey, Woods, how are you?
it's from the same time period. Okay. It was the first request for discovery, the state's first response.
Okay, what's it say?
And so it has in there what they were requesting is any documents and tangible objects. And so the response says that they've, in addition, deputies from, wait, I'm trying to find where to logically start. Well, here. Any books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible objects, buildings, or places, or copies, or portions thereof, which are in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecuting attorney, and which are material to the preparation of the defense, intended for use by the prosecutor as evidence at trial, or obtained from or belonging to the defendant, have been or will be disclosed or otherwise made available. See Exhibit A. In addition, deputies and officers from the Latah County Sheriff's Office, Idaho State Police, Moscow Police Department, Idaho Fish and Game, and other law enforcement agencies have made record their I'm sorry, the agencies may record their law enforcement contacts via an audio recorder or audio video. Any audio and video recordings related to this matter are available for review. So they specifically called that out with the. I would think that they have something from them.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back.
I don't know what. I'm just curious as to why all of a sudden Idaho Fish and Game is specifically named right after the Moscow Police Department.
Cover your bases, and plus, uh, you
Well,
might
you
want
got
to
and
use
other law enforcement agencies.
other stuff that the prosecution is not using to bolster your
No, this is
defense.
the prosecution replying to the defense. Sorry. So they had requested that stuff at the very beginning, and then they're saying, yeah, we're going to hand it over to you guys. So see Exhibit A.
People's Tony. Okay, hold on.
So it's the prosecution that brought that up.
So the prosecution is requesting those
No,
information, or is
it's
it the defense requesting that information?
so they didn't specifically request that information. They just requested a very umbrella term of books, documents, papers, any kind of documentation, essentially.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It could help. If there's information that the prosecution just looks past because they're laser focused on one person and not following other avenues just to be safe, the defense can use that information for the defense and show, hey, look, the prosecution was not going after anybody but this person, but you had this set of fingerprints and this set of fingerprints and this DNA and that DNA that was never
No,
looked at.
I think so they made the very broad request that the defense did, and in the response to the defense, the prosecution is saying, hey, we're giving you the stuff from the sheriff's office, the state police, the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho Fish and Game, and other law enforcement agencies. So
And
why
that's,
did they specifically name the Idaho Fish and Game Agency?
well, maybe like we were kind of speculating, and I remember this, like I said, when El Guapo used to come on all the time, we were kind of speculating that he went and parked over at that forest and
Mhm.
walked out and did something. What we don't know because he wasn't being tracked anymore.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm
I
getting at.
remember that, Ray.
And possibly a fish and game person saw him there. I don't know. You know what I mean? That just my
Or
brain
like
working.
entering a state park.
Correct.
Well, if he went, because you know how some state parks have the little guard shack or whatever at the gates, and you have
Mhm.
to like check in or something like that.
You gotta pay like Yosemite is like 60,
Yeah.
80 bucks, whatever it is, just to spend a day there. But I used to live close to it, and I had a little hack. At 6 o'clock, they stopped collecting money, and nobody entered that booth again until 6 in the morning. So you could go in there at 6 o'clock during the summer, spend 3 hours hiking, and come out and not have to pay to go into Yosemite.
So maybe that it was something like that. Is this anyone that's from that area in Idaho, or if you're in chat, do y'all know if like the parks there have
Or
something like that?
what would Idaho Fish and Game specifically have? What kind of recordings that would apply to
Uh,
him?
they could have a shack
Yeah,
with a camera on it
Yeah,
they
as
could
you
have
drive
trail
into the.
cameras.
yeah, trail cameras, anything like that.
I
I
know.
would
I'm trying to get like deeper than just. I'm trying to figure out more.
I would think
I
for
got that
sure
far.
at the like the little booths like Ray's talking about, I would think for sure they would have a camera there just to keep it with the cars that go in and out of there. Um, I would think also trail cams just because I'm sure there's different types of wildlife up there.
Or looking for poachers.
That too. Um, yeah, anything. So yeah, that makes sense. A boat caught him dumping stuff off in the water. That makes sense too, KK.
Yeah, that could happen.
Yep.
That'd be interesting.
I need to, whenever I have time, y'all, I don't have time most days, to go like on Google Maps. And I know Google Maps changes each year or every few months or whatever, but I need to go and like in that area, just kind of look around and try to find like some different state parks or campgrounds or anything like that and just see if I can find a camera like on
Así
the,
toma la
the
mitad.
booth.
Yeah, I guess that was. I've looked at some of the areas, but I don't know. I
Uh,
don't know. I was looking for some new ideas.
Well, Sweet and Salty said paying for entrance with plate number on a window ticket.
Hmm.
So that could be the
Is,
reason why they would have the cameras there at the little booths, so that way they can get um, maybe the plate or whatever as the car is entering in case
or
something happens.
exiting just in
Yeah,
case something happened so that they can monitor every vehicle in and out.
right. Because you never know whenever you go into a state park like that, especially in the middle of the woods where there's a lot of wildlife. You never know what could happen on those trails. King
Mhm.
Scarlet, I thought she was speaking a different language, but then I thought it was just me hearing something.
Me?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. I didn't. I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
no, you're good.
I
Scarlet,
thought my
Uh huh.
husband spoke Spanish.
I did a little research and it says Thompson told News Nation that there has not been any suspicion of drugs playing a role in the killings.
Okay, and he told News Nation that.
Yeah, well, according to
Okay.
news, yeah, and I've got the underneath it in the private chat. You can see if you want to pull it up.
Okay, let me grab it real quick. No evidence. Oh, when was this? November the 30th. Okay. So let me pull this up and I will read it real quick.
Was that November 30th last year that he said that?
Yeah,
That's
2022.
pretty early on in the
Yeah.
investigation to state something like that.
Okay, hold on, Lady V. Let me grab it for you. I gotta grab the link for Lady V. Oh, wait, that's the wrong chat. Hold on. Okay. All right, I will read it as soon as I get Lady V up on panel. See the alcohol not in their cell. I
So,
don't.
do you think in the future, like a lot of other cases, the in, I want to say interrogations will be put online for all to see?
I don't know. I know that there's a lot of them on that. Different people have gotten through FOIA requests and stuff like that, and they put it out on YouTube.
Yeah,
Um,
but with this case, didn't they say they investigated over 200? They talked to over 200 people.
yeah, I remember a number that they had said as far as interviews, but I don't remember exactly what that number is. But I do remember it was like a good
It
many.
could be 90. I remember those two numbers, but I don't know what they were for.
Does anybody in chat remember? I believe it was Chief Fry that had said they had did like so many numbers of interviews regarding this case. I just don't remember. For some
It
reason, I
was
want to say 300, but I don't think that's right.
it it was in one of those like one of those last press re- press releases.
Okay, I'll have to
I
go.
sorry, I just have way too many things open on my computer right now. And so if I keep opening things or trying to move around, I have a feeling it's gonna
You might
freeze.
get locked up or booted.
Yeah, and I was going into looking like scrolling down when to get old like posts on something, and it doesn't have a way to jump the search, so you have to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. And it already happened twice that I accidentally clicked somewhere I shouldn't have, and then I had to start again. Drove
Oh,
me nuts.
do you know how many times I've almost clicked myself out of StreamYard trying to get rid of stuff on my screen?
Hey,
Yeah,
but
and
you
then if
guys
my
steal my
computer
thing.
freezes or the the internet or the browser crashes, then I'm back starting all over again at the beginning.
I just breathe and I get booted.
Okay, so Brett said he's not sure, but it seems to remember over 100. I don't know why I'm getting 300, but that just doesn't sound right for interviews.
I
I
think they because
recall
they
two
went
numbers,
back at the
200 plus and 90.
because it was like right after they started re-interviewing people is when all the movement started happening. I think the car, right? Did the bullet come out after they started re-interviewing people, or was that something else?
I don't
And
even.
that was Lemire who did the YouTube like little mini interview
Okay.
on their
Hey,
channel.
Karen. All right, let me read this real quick that Riddler sent. It says prosecutor is saying that there's no evidence in the Idaho murders were drug related. And this is from November the 30th of 2022. But it does say that the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho is active again as the search for the murderer in a quadruple murder enters the third week. The investigation has not seen much apparent progress with the suspect or suspects still at large. Prosecutor Bill Thompson said investigators have not identified a person of interest, a person or persons of interest in the murders of Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xana Cornodal, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Thompson told News Nation that there has not been any suspicion suspicion of drugs playing a role in the murders. So police had the cars of the victims towed from the house on Tuesday to a secure location where they can perform further processing for evidence. The action comes as new details emerge from prosecutors and the police about the case. I think it's fair to say that there have been people of interest to the investigators and everyone that they've identified so far that they've been able to exonerate. Perhaps exonerate isn't the best word, but they've been able to eliminate them as being an actual suspect, and we do not have a name of a person or persons who are the actual suspects. That's why they're focusing on Steele. That's what they're focusing on Steele, Thompson said. He added that I am not aware of any single person with a name that we're focusing on the investigators or that the investigators are focusing on. Thompson believes that the case it could take a while or break open at any time. It's news of uncertainty that members of the community and the family of the victims obviously do not want to hear. There has been hope that police are making significant progress behind the scenes and that they may have seen a suspect on surveillance video. News Nation is told that that is not the case. On Wednesday, there will be a vigil for the victims at the University of Idaho, and some students have safety concerns about the vigil. Idaho State Police addressed speculation that the murderer could attend the vigil. I remember whenever they had the vigil, there was like all the cops up in the top uh, stands or whatever, looking down on all of them. There's been speculation about that. We understand that there is a community concern and fear. What I can say is that our detectives are on top of their game. We recognize that there's potential contingencies for kind of everything, so we're working on that. Aaron Snell, communications director with the Idaho State Police, has said. Many students News Nation has spoken with said that they came back to Moscow to attend the vigil, but they plan to return to their hometowns and continue their classes online. Investigators believe that this was a targeted crime. Prosecutors say that they do not have any evidence of which victim was specifically targeted and that they feel the house in general was the target. All right, so that was the end of it. So they came out with that November the 30th, saying that they don't believe that drugs were involved in this. Riddler, thank you for sending that link to me.
And I always think, what makes them think it was targeted?
Hey, 9mm, how are you?
Without having no clue who it was or what the motive or what, something has to make them think it's targeted.
Or if it's the house that's targeted, or the people that are targeted, or the oh my gosh, so many circles.
Yeah,
Well,
they kind of left it a broad, like a very broad.
if it was a house, I would think they would know something like some sort of illicit activities going on or something.
Well,
They
at
would
the
know something to
beginning,
make it the house.
was it the prosecutor that came out and said that it was the house that was targeted? There was like conflicting messages. Someone said it was the house, someone said it was the people. Two different
Yeah, and then
officials. And it was
they
like
had to.
within 2 days. And then everyone was like, nope, we're bringing in the public relations officer now. We're done talking to the
Yeah,
press like
because it
Wild
was.
West style.
I believe it was the prosecutor said one thing, then the Moscow PD had to come back in and like backtrack on what he said, and then I believe Chief Fryer might have been the Roger Lanier guy said that the only information that's going to be coming out from this case from now on is from Moscow Police Department. So I don't know if the prosecutor was told something by someone else and so he just took their word for it, or where he was getting that information from.
What was funny is then after that, you had Pry putting information out. You had Aaron Snell putting information out. And then I can't remember the lady's name. You had her putting that information out.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it could be just a simple thing too, like why did BTK pick the people he picked? Why did, and he stalked them too. I mean, and then you've got
Allegedly.
No, not allegedly. BTK stalked
Oh,
his.
BTK. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I understood
So
BK.
yeah. No. I mean, he
Yes.
stalked him, and it's just
Continue.
something that he saw this person, and that's the one. It could be something so simple than that. Why did Ted Bundy pick the people he picked? I'm not saying he stalked them, but it was like, okay, here comes somebody that's her. I'm going to act like I have a broken leg and I'm going to hurt her. So, I mean, it could be that he just saw the girls and
And was
decided
like,
they
that's
were
the
the
one.
ones. Yeah.
Well, I could see SK because it was done professionally. It was done by somebody that's done this before, that knows what they're doing, because it was almost too perfect.
What do you mean?
Well, LE always gives out conflicting information, but from what I heard last, if the crime scenes were contained to the rooms and there's no blood anywhere except for that one blatant footprint, if that's what we're led to believe at least, they may have other evidence that we just don't know about. But if that scenario is so, whoever did it, 100%, they're a professional.
Well,
In the
I'm not.
summertime, not leaving blood anywhere, not leaving any type of evidence
Oh,
other than the sheet.
Ray, I'm not saying that he decided to do it that night. I'm saying that he saw them and then made a plan to do this. And you
But what
can
I was
see
saying is,
every bit of that house from outside sitting and watching in the parking lot behind them.
the
Yeah.
person that did this had to have done it before. Had to. They couldn't have
Why?
been just so smooth and not know what they were doing.
But I don't necessarily think that that's true. Is it unusual? Yeah. Is it unheard of? No. And we are talking about a person that studied all of this and all of these people too. So I mean, if
I mean,
anybody's going to know how not to leave a trace behind, it's going to be somebody that studied it as much as he did.
I mean,
We don't know. He could have been out in the woods practicing or whatever. We have no idea.
it's
Through
almost like
experience,
if he's the one who did do this, and we know that he's taken these courses in college and stuff like that, it's literally almost like he went from the classroom and he took it real life.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, through experience, I've seen that a lot of people that are book smart, that are intelligent, are not intelligent. Intelligence and knowledge is different from wisdom and smartness. They're two different things. You could have all that information up in your head, but it doesn't translate into the real world. He was athletic. I don't take that away from him, but I can't see a first timer doing it the way it was done.
But he could have I mean, he got interested in this when he was a teenager. That gives you a lot of time to plan. That gives you a lot of time to practice out in the woods growing up. That gives you a lot of time to think about it. And then learning how people keep from leaving their DNA at a scene. On top of that, having that knowledge, I don't think it's impossible that it happened the first time.
But why that night? Why not the following week or the week
Well,
before?
I
Because
watched
Kaylee was there.
I watched something, and it
All
was
of them
about
did.
dropping hairs. We all shed like animals. We always are dropping hairs, and you drop hairs right through the bottom of your pants leg, through your clothes,
Yeah.
at wherever you walk. So if you walk up them stairs into that one room, you're dropping hairs.
But
You walk
somebody
down
did it.
them stairs into that other room, you're still dropping hairs. If they found a hair of his, we'll know.
Um,
We will,
lady,
but
Lady B, can you and Fofa check back chat just real quick?
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, hi, Eva. Hi, Tony.
Mhm. Oh, hi Eva. I'm just saying it's not impossible, you know. Somebody did it, Ray. Somebody did it without leaving much evidence behind, if
I said
any.
stranger things have happened, but I'd say again and again, possibilities and probabilities about numbers. Yes, uh, what you're saying is possible, but ex- ex- what Riddle was talking about percentages, and he was saying 80%, 20%. On the same thing, I'm saying percentages, and I think it's a lot less than 20%. I think it's less than 10% of somebody that would be able to do what was done the first time. Especially with the time constraint.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have always felt like it's been one person. I mean, maybe having help on the outside, but I still think it's only one person in the house.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not saying nothing more than that, but I know, like, there's been, hitmen that have had, lots of notches under their belt and didn't get caught for a long, long, long time. And
Right.
they get caught because someone snitched them out, not because they did something wrong.
I'm back, y'all.
Scarlett, I had asked the question:
Uh-huh.
why did he pick that night or morning, however you want to look at it, instead of the week before, the next week after, or a month before?
I
What
know
was special about that night, November the 13th?
the weekend before was Parents Weekend at University of Idaho. I've
Okay.
I've always wondered because it seems kind of funny that that weekend Kaylee came back. And she was only supposed to be there. I want to say that either her mom or her sister said she was supposed to be there till Tuesday, and then she was going back home Tuesday. And she had put pictures on social media showing that she was in Moscow that weekend. So I've often wondered if it had something to do with her being there. Other than that, I really don't know why it would be that house that weekend. These victims. I don't
The
know.
mom said, didn't the mom say, Kelly's mom say that she was kind of quasi about going, like flip flop, not sure about going.
Yeah,
And
like she had like this maybe like how when you get a weird feeling like should I go here, go there, or something like that. That's kind of what she was saying. Kaylee was having like she wanted to go, but she didn't know if she should go, and then she ended up going because she was supposed to be Dylan's plus one that night, Friday night.
and we're also assuming that she let somebody know before she left. She may have went down there to surprise Maddie, and nobody knew that she was coming at all.
Well, no, she had put it out on social media that she was going.
Well, we
Okay.
know
At
that.
least that she
But
We
I
was
have
mean,
the
we're
there.
social
also
media. We know that.
Ray, we're also talking about somebody that was in boxing, and I mean, that's pretty good training for if you're going to be, cutting into the air. If you get my meaning,
Training for attacking multiple people at the same time.
yeah, you got. I mean, yeah,
A
why not?
pugilist is only one on one. It's not. It's
Yeah,
not like
it,
No,
a
it's
like
one on
a
one.
martial artist.
I realize it's one on one, but I mean, you still have to watch.
your
You're still,
cardio.
yeah,
You got to be in
every,
good shape for something like that.
and
Oh,
I mean,
I said that. You must have not heard me. I said I gave him that he's fit. It's again, it's the knowledge. It's the actual act of doing something like that. It's a muscle memory. There's a lot of factors.
well, OJ did two people in less than 2 minutes.
But he was trained by the Navy SEALs how to use a knife.
OJ was.
Yep. He was fixing to do a movie with the
Well,
SEALs,
Movies.
and they showed him
Oh, okay.
how the cuts the way they use it.
Oh, I didn't know
Well,
that.
you got YouTube. I mean, you can learn a lot of stuff on YouTube.
Video
If this guy
games.
is as immersed as what it seems like, if he was thinking about doing something like this, I would just like put my boxing skills and what I learned about how to use it in a knife together, and I don't think it's that big of a leap myself.
Maybe he chose that weekend because it was WSU Parents Weekend that weekend, and he missed his parents. He was homesick
So if
and
we're
then
going,
lashed out.
so if we go with this theory that he picked that night, probably because Kaylee was back in town, that means she's the target.
I don't agree.
Well, I don't either, but I'm just saying, if people are, when I asked the question, I know you just hopped up here, but I asked the question, why did he pick that evening? I'm wondering why.
You know, my scenario, I've always said, I think it was, I may have even said it here way
In
back at
my
the
opinion,
beginning about, in my opinion, that
Excuse me.
there was a peeper and that maybe they could find DNA on one of those trees. I remember mentioning that, and that like everybody knew except for the people in the know that Maddie was upstairs by herself because Kaylee left and Kaylee wasn't around for 2 weeks. And if you got this somebody coming peeping on a regular basis through the woods and finally builds up the courage to come in and do something.
Yeah.
So I have a question,
Okay.
and it's kind of like an answer question to your answer. That's why I came up here, Riddler, because of your question. But I need to know, like, okay, so I want to know, so he planned this for a very long time, obviously. If he was planning on attacking Kaylee, um, how much in advance didn't he know that she was going to be there? And did he just go and say, "Oh, she's going to be here this weekend. Let me go hurry up and buy all the stuff that I need," because weren't the receipts like recent? So
Which
I just want
receipt?
to, I don't think Kaylee was the target.
Wait,
I
which
just think
receipts? Which receipts are you
the
talking about?
on the table for Walmart, the Dickies and stuff.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't think it had a date on it, but I mean, I also wouldn't think you would keep it for a long time, but just.
Yeah,
I,
they never
I,
did say if it what date was on it, or
I
even what
believe
Walmart it was from.
unfortunately that Kaylee and Ethan were there wrong place, wrong time.
Kaylee and Ethan.
Yeah, because neither one of them was supposed to be there.
well, we don't know that though, Ray.
Because I know that Kaylee came down to show Maddie her car, her new car. But I don't know how far, like before Kaylee bought the car, did Dylan ask Kaylee, "Hey, can you be my plus one for Friday nights?" And Kaylee could have said, sure, whatever, before she bought the car. So I wonder where those two things, like the
Correlate.
time frame for those two things, come into play. Like, was
What
it
if she
just
called her
something?
at home and asked her to come back to be her plus one? And that's part of the reason why she came back.
I mean,
Like she was lured back.
because it seems like maybe if Kaylee was coming down and I think they said surprise Maddie with her new car or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe Kaylee comes down to show Maddie her new car. Dylan's like, "Hey, I don't have a date. Could you be my plus one?" Kind of like at a last minute type thing. And Kaylee's like, "Yeah, sure." Or was it something that maybe Dylan had asked her before that? Kaylee goes and buys a new car, and she's like, "Okay, well, I'm going down there. I'm just going to surprise Maddie and show my new car off to her."
Yeah, but didn't somebody already say that on social media she had put it out that she was going down there before she went down there? That's what I say. I thought she just was fighting, go, not go, go, not go. So nobody knows she's going at this point in time. And then finally decides, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna surprise Maddie and show her my whip. You know what I mean?
I don't
And
I don't know if it was ever put out that she was that she was going to go down there.
That's what I'm trying to speculate, that nobody knew she was going down there except for her family when she left. And she didn't tell nobody in advance because that would ruin the surprise to Maddie.
Right. Sally Mesa, check your email, Scarlett.
Yeah, I'm going to it now. Hey, Mark,
And
how are you?
and just so everybody knows, no, Will, I was not comparing BK to the world's greatest quarterback, OJ Simpson. I'm just saying he did that in that amount of time,
Running back.
or whatever he was.
I'm
I
not
don't
even
know.
American, but I know he's not a quarterback.
Whatever he was, I don't know. Running back, whatever. I'm not comparing him
We
to
understood you.
what wonder.
I just know he played
wonderful guy.
football, but I don't know what position he played. So
He was a
Yeah.
Heisman Trophy winner at USC,
Now I knew that.
and then he went on to Buffalo Bills, and he set a record for, was it most yardage in a season, something like that. Back
Yeah,
in
and
those
he
days.
went to
Hey,
school out here in San Francisco as a young man.
I'm just trying. Adjusted fates like OJ was no QB. LOL. I'm just saying. I don't know much about football. I'm just not dits in the juice. Okay. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
juice. Hey, you can't take away his sports prowess. You know, he was one of the greats.
He was. I mean, you can't take that away from him. No. And I didn't in any means mean to make it seem like that. Now he's a dribbler.
Lady V, at least you had the back part right. You knew it was something back, quarterback, running back,
Something.
whatever, it was a back.
well, she had half of it right. Yeah.
You know, we were in football some when my boys were growing up for like several years. Outside of that, my husband's just never been into that stuff, and neither have I. So it's like I have no clue.
I've grown away. I used to do fantasy football, watch every show, have it, come pay for the package for the Steelers because I live in California and I can never see them, so I just pay for the entire year so I can watch them all year.
Yeah.
I don't watch them
Well,
no more. I barely watch football unless I'm visiting a friend and they're watching.
my brain works like this. Okay, I need to learn I learn what I need to learn at the time to get understanding of what I'm watching or what I'm doing. But as soon as I quit that, it's like there's no room in my filing cabinet. It gets chucked out. So it's like gone. But I don't know. I just don't know. This thing from last night was just really bothering me. I just can't quit thinking about it today.
I always tell people you learn what you want to learn and you remember what you want to remember. What's
Yeah, and
important
if
to
it's
you,
not important,
you'll learn and remember.
it's like I'm not an OJ.
But there's some things you wish you could forget.
That is true.
He was acquitted, yeah, and then he wrote a book saying, "If I did." So, in
And
my
then he
opinion,
strong arm robbed somebody.
But
yeah,
wasn't he stealing his own stuff back or something
yeah,
like that?
Yeah,
yeah,
because he lost it in the civil suit.
it was still wrong. It wasn't his anymore.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm
Well,
saying. Yeah, he got prosecuted and found guilty and did time.
he
At
just
least he
wanted
did
his
time
stuff
for
back.
something.
He
Yeah,
didn't.
well, I mean, I'd want my Heisman Trophy back too. I mean, but I don't know. I just remember him in the airport running and jumping over the luggage all the time. That and Joe Namath with the nylons. Joe Namath used to Joe Namath used to sell nylons on TV even more times.
Joe Namath did a Babe Ruth. He said, "I'm gonna win," and he won. Just like Babe Ruth said, "I'm gonna hit a home run there," and I hit a home run.
Yeah, I do like Joe.
I just remember the white Bronco chase.
Yeah,
Down was
And
the
then in the
freeway
other
or
sport,
whatever.
45
basketball,
miles an hour. Yeah.
Larry Bird was the same type. He told those guys in their face, "This is what I'm gonna do in your face, and you can't stop me."
I was just trying to rectify my mistake.
So it's anybody's guess why whoever did this, chose that night. And if you
Yeah,
want to try to if you want to try to figure out an MO, once again, it's anybody's guess.
that is true. Because I mean,
MO, a motive.
I can't think of any other reason other than, like I said, the weekend before that was Parents Weekend, uh, and Kaylee was there, and that's not saying that Kaylee was the target or anything like that, but it just seems weird that she happened to be there that weekend and then was going to be leaving, I believe, going on a trip to Europe and then moving down to Texas after she came back. Uh, so
It
could
could
that
have
have,
just
it could have just happened that night. It could have
it
been like dudes riding around and he's like, tonight's the night.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm
he
Wasn't
saying?
could have.
Maddie leaving
It could
too?
have been his fantasy that all of the girls be there. You know, it could be
Yeah.
just as simple as that.
But all girls weren't victims.
I didn't say they. I didn't say that. I said those girls. That those girls were there that night.
Maybe
Maybe
it's
that was his. That was his fantasy.
maybe it's
But
some weird like code of ethics that we don't
Yeah, yeah. We'll
understand,
never
that
understand.
under like 20 is the limit, 19's too young. I've th- I what was it was yeah, Carrie Rawson was talking about her dad having weird like lines that he wouldn't cross. I don't know. I'm just that is my pure speculation, but I
Yeah,
don't
but it's right. It's true.
and
Okay.
I,
what would give Steve the impression that Xana was the target? I mean, I think he has more information than we do and more connections. What would make him think that?
Wait, now say that again about Xana.
Steve Goncalves
Oh, okay.
expressed that he didn't
when
need to go upstairs, so that makes me believe that he believes Xana or Ethan, and I just assume Xana because she left lived there.
On the second
Ethan
floor.
didn't. And what would give him the reason or the speculation to believe that they didn't have to go upstairs, that somebody else was a target other than his daughter and her best friend?
I'll
So
say this.
I understood it the opposite way. I interpreted it as he
Me too.
intentionally went upstairs.
Exactly.
But that
Steve
it's
didn't
just
say
how
that
he
though.
made that statement that
You,
there's
you,
no way that
you said they didn't have to go upstairs.
Mhm.
And I think
So they
that's just a
chose to go
grieving
upstairs.
father.
He didn't have to go up the stairs. He didn't have to go up the stairs, but he chose to go up the stairs because
Mhm.
he wanted those two girls.
I still don't agree and think that Steve Gonzalez and what he said was just from a grieving father trying to protect his daughter still. And he has to make it seem like hers was the worst or whatever. I still don't agree that Kayla was the target. I think Maddie was, and I just think that Kaylee was at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's just my opinion.
I said that as well, and Ethan, because he didn't live there. He was just happened to be spending the night that night. Um, and I agree with the emotions thing with Steve because I saw his emotions and what I
Mhm.
interpreted when he was up on that stage during the vigil, and his wife was standing on this one side, and the boyfriend standing on the other side, and he's talking, and he finishes talking, and he looks over to. He was wanting to see his wife standing beside him for comfort, and his
Yeah,
wife isn't there, and he turns around and he sees his wife hugging some other man,
exactly.
a young man, but he's still a man. And I saw like a little bit of jealousy, a little bit of anger, a little bit of disgust.
Maybe also heartbreak because it should have been Kaylee hugging him.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I think he wanted to touch his wife in that moment, and she was over there. And, you know, a lot of times when things happen, you don't know who to blame. You know, you just have blame.
Mhm.
I read it different.
How'd you read it, Riddler?
Well, I didn't see him go over there and shake hands or hug him.
That's true.
I just saw a dirty look.
Yeah, that's how I read it too.
Okay. I want to ask this question that Alter Soul put into the chat because I want to say that Bundy is the answer to this, but I know that some of y'all on panel would know this. He says, Alter Soul says, question is, a lot of people always compare BK to SKs. How many SKs started their career in murdering 4 people on the same night in the same house? Now, Bundy, wasn't his first time 4 victims?
BTK was,
Yeah,
Oh,
but it was
BTK
2
was.
kids.
But was they in the same house? They was like
Yeah,
a
It
family,
was a
wasn't it?
family.
yeah.
Okay, okay.
My husband's been to that house several times over the years too. He still can't get over that.
Yeah.
Danny Rolling took out 3 his first time:
Right.
a grandfather, a mother, and her 8-year-old son.
Man. So
Most of the ones
Bundy,
I remember on Bundy were single until he got to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Until
thinking
he
too.
got to Tallahassee. I mean, I could be wrong because Lord only knows how many he took out.
okay, well,
But
I was
then,
thinking about the one in Florida at the sorority house.
No,
I was
right.
thinking that was his first one.
oh no,
No.
that's right there at the end of
Oh,
his
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, that was
okay,
after he escaped.
But then,
okay.
you also have
Wow.
somebody. If you want to compare like for like in this case, you also have Richard Speck, that was a mass red rummer, and this would be considered a red rummer, and he took out like four or five, something like that, his first time out. So it's not unheard of.
Okay.
Then you had Elliot Rogers, who wanted to go to the sorority house and do it, and no one was there,
Yeah, right.
luckily. But
Yeah, he would have taken out way more if he could have.
yeah, I mean, he used a different weapon, obviously, but
But I don't think he would have like went a week, a month, a days. What once he started it, it was going to end one way or another.
oh yeah, he had it planned out. Except
Oh
he did
yeah,
have to postpone it for a month because he got a cold.
right. Yeah, he knew how it was going to go.
Yeah, he had the whole thing. Well, he didn't get to execute the whole plan, but
That's the difference between the SK. SK is planning on the next one.
And Bundy did have Bundy did have a little girl towards the end, and that's the only one he would not talk about.
Okay.
He was ashamed of that.
Kelly,
Bless you.
I know that whenever they had the vigil at University of Idaho, there was a lot of pictures that had came out, and people were thinking that it was like they were pointing like weird guys out. I don't think it was ever said though that he actually showed up to any of them. I know the one that they had for Kaylee and Maddie was done on December the 30th after he same day that he was arrested, but he was arrested like 1:30 in the morning. So,
Can they even put him, in the area of the vigil?
well, they did say in the was it in the PCA that after the 14th of November, his phone never pinged on in Moscow again. That doesn't mean he didn't show up at the one at University of Idaho, but I never heard them say that they saw him there.
someone would have found him in that video
Yeah.
by now.
Oh yeah, because there was so many videos and so many pictures on social media from that.
And so many armchair sleuths checking through every picture, trying to match it up.
Right. Yeah, I cannot type for some reason tonight.
Scarlett, did you get the email I had sent you where a federal judge or it might have been, I think it was federal, threw out the cast phone pings.
I did.
Yes, I think I got it.
That was something, wasn't it?
Is
I
this
haven't had a
one
chance to
or
read.
a different case?
It was in 2017, right, Riddler?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was a different case. That's what I thought. So.
Let me find it.
But was
Uh,
that like early inception of using it, or had they been using it for a while, the cast system?
Well, her point that she writes back is she says, "You mean to tell me that 10 months after the event took place, you had to go reenact everything and say that's where he was at, his phone pings?" So you heard how they do the cast system, right, Ray?
No, I'm not. I'm clueless. I haven't heard nothing about it. I just know it's evidence to do with the digital data.
Well, they have to reenact where he was at, and then they got their machine with them, and they figure out where he was at what time, and they're trying their best to pinpoint him where he's at. And that's why the judge threw it out back then. Now, how they do it today, I don't know. We had an expert. I hope he's in here tonight.
I was gonna say, so the machine kind of clones the phone, so they can track the pings from the cell towers by the steps, or I don't know how it works, but that's what I kind of comprehend. I'm right or wrong.
Both
I
of that.
understand
Yeah.
it, but I can't explain it because I'm not an expert in that field. But we had a guy on here one night. What was it, Dark Knight or something like that? I forgot his name, but he was an expert with it, and he told us how it worked. And then I went and read up on it, and he was right everything he said. And they have to reenact where they believe he's at what time, and then they try to figure out. I guess, like you said, the phone pings. I don't know if they're looking at voltage and wattage and how quick it takes to bounce back to them. I don't understand the whole science of it, but I do know this: they have to reenact the whole scene to get that information.
So the whole thing is speculative.
Well,
I mean, there's some science involved, but it's not like
Until
there's
they
certain
find that hit.
there's certain scientific stuff that can't be proven and can't be disproven. So science accepts it as law, but it isn't law because you have to be able to prove it and reproduce it over and over again. But they
Well, yeah,
can't
but once they found
debunk
once
it,
they
so
found
they
the hit,
accept it as law.
once they found the hit, it's no longer like that though.
No, I'm
Is
saying there's stuff that
Blackthorn,
science
right? That was
uses.
the person's name who was in here? That was the expert, right?
yes.
Blackthorn.
Yeah, the Blackthorn.
It was like yeah, it was the black, and then I think it was THORNE.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is there's things science accepts today as law, but it hasn't been proven through the scientific theory.
Oh, okay, I get you.
Okay,
It's
Riddler. You're talking about the case of the 13-year-old, right?
no,
Okay.
this was the one where it's about the CAST, where a federal judge, I won't say federal, could have been a district, threw it out.
And I think I said that wrong. The scientific method. So through testing that you reproduce the same every time.
I'll go back into my email, see if I can find it and resend it to you.
Okay, because I don't see it on here. I see something about. Let me go back up. Uh, Shoot, where did that one go? A Tennessee judge throws out a case of a woman convicted of murder committed when she was 13. Let's see
No,
that
not
one.
that one. It's not that one. That's where they found her fingerprints on duct tape, so she got convicted.
Okay.
That's a little interesting story, I thought.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But let me just go look for it and I'll send it to you.
There's one
Okay.
right now. Soon, the guy's gonna go on trial, and I'm just so done with this stuff. The lady's like last name had wine in it, and they dismembered her, and they had parts of her in their freezer, and it was kind of speculated that they were either going to sell the parts on the dark web or they were going to consume them themselves.
Trigger, trigger.
And what I'm saying is the guy or guys, because there was two guys involved, are gonna one of them or both of them is gonna go on trial really soon. But I know like her last name has wine in it, but her mom disappeared just like she disappeared like years before, and they speculate that those guys had possibly been doing what they were doing for like 17 years.
Wait, is my chat not working?
Yeah, I'm just testing that.
Shit. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I put trigger in
Yes,
there
ma'am.
and nothing, like my chat is not moving, and it's what I'm saying is not going to my StreamYard chat. Oh, son of a bitch.
I put trigger in there, but
You
I
put
couldn't.
Oh, it came through just now.
No, that I
Yours.
copied and
Twitter.
pasted that.
Lady V put Twitter.
Yeah, but I did put trigger warning twice, but I copied and pasted that. But
Okay,
it's not bringing up Twitter.
I didn't say anything too bad, did I? I mean, I didn't really try to be graphic.
No.
What the hell is going on?
There we go.
Okay, there's Twitter.
I don't think it's about the trigger as much as the chat not working.
Okay,
Yeah.
Troll put. See, it worked for Troll.
Oh, a troll just comes in and is like, "Oh yeah, I got this."
Yeah, he just throws it in there and boom, it works.
Whatever.
He's a
Okay.
ghost in the machine.
I put the information for you in the private chat, and
Okay.
it was a circuit court judge.
Okay, let me grab it here real quick.
But I heard about that Riddler. I'm just not so thoughtful to bring it up as you have.
Okay, it's about the cast. That's it, Riddler?
Yes, ma'am. It's the circuit court of Ann, whatever county, excluded the FBI cast report. And right above it, you see the link. I didn't put it in your email. I put it in the private chat.
So that can kind of like start a precedent, you know. Anne can use that.
Now this has
Or
been
something
over.
else.
This has been definitely overridden if this was the precedent.
Yeah, and that ruling won't count because that's a different district, and that's in, let's see, circuit court, so that probably means that's a state.
Does it say what state it's from?
I don't know. I need to go look where that county is. I'm going to guess now and say Michigan. Y'all take bets on this thing.
Wait, I don't even see a county. But I'm just skimming over it, so I might have missed it.
I'll give everybody 50-50 chances and just pay with Bitcoin.
It looks like it's Maryland. It
Where
might
the
be
heck-
DC though. The office at least is in Maryland. What was the name of the county?
I don't even see a county.
Yes, it's Maryland. The county's in Maryland. County is Anne, A-N-N-E. I don't know how you pronounce the last part. It's
Anne Arundel.
Yeah, that'll be good enough. And then county.
Anne Arundel County. Yeah.
Good enough for county work.
Oh, that's the You know who that is? Is the was Steve Mercer, and he is one of the people who signed an affidavit in support of the third motion to compel for the IGG stuff. He's one of the people that Anne brought in.
What, Steve Mercer is? I thought his name was something else.
Stephen. Well, I think it's Stephen Mercer, but yeah, so you got Bickel Barlow, and then the other one was Stephen Mercer.
Wait,
I
don't
won't
even
give odds on that. I believe you 100%, Popo.
And she's probably right. I'm looking. I don't even see those papers on here anymore, or those documents. I swear there is documents that are disappearing.
Put in Control F and just look up Barlow, and then he'll be right under it.
Yeah, Stephen B. Mercer. I don't know why I was thinking it was something else Mercer.
Yep, I knew
So,
he was from Maryland.
What state is he from?
He's from Maryland, but he also practices in D.C. But he was instrumental in establishing the genetic genealogy, essentially getting it heavily restricted in Maryland.
Okay.
He did a lot of work with the legislation with it. But
Okay.
he's also
And
a
then
lawyer.
Barlow was she
It's
from
California.
California? Okay. I don't know
And
why I was
so
thinking that they were both from California.
no,
Hey, must have
he
got
was,
lost. How are you? So many names in this case, it's hard to keep up with them all. Karen Ann, how are you? Okay, so Riddler, do you want me to read this to the chat?
Yeah, you can just read with what I printed. You don't have to read the whole thing because that's quite lengthy. But you
Okay.
can read what I put in the back.
Okay, so the Circuit Court for Anne Arundel County excluded the FBI cast report under Fry Reed. The Circuit Court rejected as unscientific at the FBI's attempt to map the historical signal footprint of voice calls within a sector primarily based on a survey of signal measurements collected during a drive test 10 months after the fact. This is an important first win. All right, that is like super small. I'm sorry, y'all. It was hard for me to read. My bad. Okay, Patty BK did this. He did it all, in my opinion. Okay. All right, and I'm gonna bookmark that website so I can go back and read it.
By the way, I followed you and Fofa on Twitter or X or whatever it's called.
Okay.
that place.
Yeah, whatever it is.
It'll be something different tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just keep calling it Twitter because I can't get to calling it.
I think everybody's still doing that.
Wait, I don't have a notification that you followed me.
Oh, well.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I have to go back and look again. Huh. Twitter?
That sound almost sounded like a chicken to me.
That's that.
Here, I'll-
Probably.
Oh,
Did you name the chicken, Ray?
Yeah, chicken.
the chicken.
Here's chicken. Hey, when the cats chase him, he's chicken.
Oh, that is so funny. All right, lady, I'm fixing to drop the link. I just copied it from.
Hey, the last cat I named, the cat's name was Dog Food.
What?
Dog food.
I named the
Wait,
cat Dog
Dog
Food.
poo or dog food?
Food. Comida.
Oh, I thought he said the other.
Nah.
Now this little bell here with this little plus sign on it, do I tap it?
Hold on, I gotta go back to Twitter to see what you're talking about.
You can tell I don't do this much.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta find somebody else's Twitter so I can see what you're talking about. The one that you're clicking on to follow me, it says Scarlet Law Souls TC, right?
Yeah, with the hyphen in between.
That that button is going to give you a notification whenever she posts anything.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that's
I
what that
press
You want to
it.
hit follow.
I did
There's a
follow. But
button that says follow.
then the bell thingy, do I hit the little plus sign?
You can if you want to get notifications anytime I tweet
Yeah,
something.
I do.
All right, and then the little envelope thing is to send me messages, like private messages, DMs, or whatever.
Okay.
But I still haven't got a notification though. That is weird.
So a quick little segue. 2 nights ago, I like watching people open packs of Pokemon cards. I used to collect them for my kids, and I always bought the first edition boxes. Their uncle brought the originals from Japan, and my kids was hooked before even anybody knew about it. So I first time I put anything as a a comment, and I won the prize for the night, and it's like 100 packs of Pokemon cards, some hoodies, some t-shirt. So tonight I go back on. I win again.
Would you win tonight?
I don't know. I haven't checked Telegraph yet.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
All right, let me go check it now.
I'll post.
I'm telling myself I should have bought a lotto ticket. Maybe that 1.5 bill would have been in my pocket.
Okay, I got it now, Lady B.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just realized I never followed you on there.
All right. Let me go grab this other thing that I have sitting in my inbox. Now I've got so much stuff pulled up here. I know what FOFO means by having all of this stuff pulled up on a screen and you can't find anything. And I have two screens and they're still full of everything. My comments before. Yes, Callie down, it's okay. Hey, Brian Hoffman, how are you? Okay, it's a Bryan Kohberger update. The genealogist hired by defense cast doubt on the reliability of the genetic genealogy in Idaho murder investigation. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Now, I don't know what is up with me seeing tonight. I don't know if it's just my allergies or sinuses or whatever, but like everything is super blurry.
It can do that.
I've been sneezing all day today, so I'm pretty sure that's more than likely what it is. Plus, I need my glasses. Okay, can everybody see this okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get right back up here. Make it bigger. Okay, so it says Bryan Kohberger update. The genealogist hired by the defense cast doubt on the reliability of the genetic genealogy in the Idaho murders investigation. The lawyers for Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger had put forward testimony by a genealogist that cast doubt on the reliability of the genetic genealogy which investigators used to arrest him. Detectives relied on genetic genealogy to build their case against the 28-year-old as they used the method to build a DNA profile from the DNA left on the knife sheath at the scene, and then matched that profile to Kohberger's dad before his arrest. While prosecutors claimed that they matched DNA from the sheath directly to Kohberger after he was arrested, they first used the genetic genealogy, and his defense has so far focused on scrutinizing this process used by investigators to collect evidence and build the DNA profile, arguing that it could have been flawed or unconstitutional. In their latest attempt to request the data and the methods used by investigators to match the DNA evidence to Kohberger, the defense team filed an affidavit on Wednesday by Dr. Leah Larkin, an expert on the subject from California. In her affidavit seen by DailyMail.com, Larkin argues DNA profiles built by at-home test companies such as 23andMe and Ancestry DNA are not constructed the same way as those by specialized laboratories and are not as reliable. They have all of that's the Leah Larkin lady right there. That was her affidavit that was put out yesterday that we went over. So a poor quality kit may have too few matches, or it just might have phantom matches that are not real measures of relationships, the document reads. Larkin notes that the sites such as Ancestry DNA, 23andMe, and MyHeritage prohibit forensic investigative genetic genealogy in their databases, but there isn't really a way to enforce it. In the absence of effective oversight, forensic genetic genealogists are on an honor system to obey the terms of services and the Department of Justice interim policy on forensic genetic genealogy. Larkin explains that the science used by those sites is not perfect, and any given centimorgan amount can represent more than one possible relationship. She notes one example that has nearly 20 possible relationship lines listed for a match, and it says it's considered a close match. Larkin points out that unlike DNA tests that find an individual, which are standard forensic STR tests, genetic genealogy testing identifies possible relatives. Then she goes on to note cases she's allegedly aware of where genetic genealogy has been wrong, as well as cases where the database were used improperly by authorities. The FBI tracked down Kohberger by tracing his distant relatives through the genetic genealogy database and then secretly collected a sample of his father's DNA to confirm his identity. Police say that the DNA found on the knife sheath left at the Idaho murder scene is a statistical match to a cheek swab taken from the suspect after his arrest. A sample of the DNA left on the sheath is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the defendant is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source, the prosecutor said in the filing. Kohberger had no prior criminal record, which means his DNA was not in any of the law enforcement databases, CODIS and all that. Genetic genealogy is an increasingly popular and useful method of investigation where law enforcement trace suspects' relatives on ancestry websites. When DNA is found at the scene of the crime that does not belong to the victims, the first thing that police do is run it through their own database to check if it matches the DNA of any previous offenders. The process is referred to as short tandem repeater (STR) comparison, and the test samples against 20 DNA markers, enough to identify the person if their own DNA is already in the system, or in some cases, if the DNA of an immediate relative is in the system, whether it be a parent or a sibling. If both strike out, investigators have to look to genetic genealogy to perform a wider search for a more distant relative. Unlike police DNA databases, those of commercial genealogy companies can search for up to 1 million DNA markers using the single nucleotide polymorphism, or not STRs, creating a much wider pool of relatives to sift through. While there are many commercial ancestry websites, only 2 allow law enforcement to search their database openly. That's GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. Once a suspect is nailed down, genealogical investigators turn their findings over to the police. Undercover or covert teams then follow the suspect and surreptitiously obtain a sample from them in order to compare it to the sample found at the crime scene. That was used in the DNA tracing. Kohberger is accused of stabbing to death students Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xana Coronado, and Kaylee Gonzalez in Moscow, Idaho, on November 13. Detectives found a K-bar knife sheath on the bed with the bodies of Mogan and Gonzalez, and the sheath was partially under Mogan's body and the comforter on the bed, according to the court documents filed June 16. Investigators later closely matched the DNA on the sheet to the DNA found in the trash taken from Kohberger's parents' home in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested in December 2022. The bodies of the students were found at the rental home across the street from the University of Idaho campus, and the slaying shocked the rural Idaho community and neighboring Pullman, where Kohberger was a graduate student studying criminology at WSU. And we all know that he's being held in the Latah County Jail in Moscow on the 4 first-degree murder charges and burglary charge, and his trial is set to begin on October the 2nd, and he has pled not guilty. And also
Wait,
faces
really?
death penalty.
That last paragraph, I never heard that.
Which one?
So he's in Latah County and he's being held.
Are you trying to like pull something over me tonight so far?
And is his trial set to start when?
October
Wow.
Just had
2nd.
an epiphany.
Oh, Lord.
I always say the light bulb just went on. You know, like the cartoons, the light bulb shows up on top of your head and it goes ding.
Yep.
Hey, y'all, Troll sent that to me, and it never fails. Every time he sends something to me, it's always like a mile long for me to read.
That's because
never
he's
fails.
trolling you.
Oh, see, I never thought of it like that, Popo. Let's see,
Double
can we
meaning.
listen- Huh?
It's a double meaning. He's a troll buster, but then he's also like low key trolling you.
Trolling me? That must be what it is.
Hmm.
Can we listen to the court TV interview from today? Sally Mae, is that what you sent to me? I gotta go back to my email. I need to set my email up where I can click on.
Sally Mae, was it the Court TV one or the News Nation?
Okay, I don't see anything from her. She has 136. Wait, Sally Mae, is it the one that you sent me on CC Moore? Is that the one you're talking about? Oh, not the one you sent. Okay. All right. Well, I don't need to bring that.
I don't
one
think I saw the Court TV one. I saw where she was with Cuomo and the other guy with the Lisk stuff.
up. Okay.
I didn't see the Court TV one, Sally Mae. But yeah,
I
you could tell that that CC Moore does not like Leah.
Only time
At
I
all.
watch Kohberger stuff is here. Rest of the time, I don't follow anybody really unless, like, you know, I see someday. Looks cool.
Good night, Tony and Eva.
Wait, Tony and them are leaving?
Yeah. I think he said he has to work tomorrow. I love CC Moore. She is a badass. I agree. But I think that Leah
There's
is
that
not getting
disqualified,
enough credit either, though.
that butt. I like butts, but not in a sentence.
Okay, I'm trying to find a court TV one that she's talking about. Okay, hold on just 1 second, y'all. And when I get back over to StreamYard, I'll put the link out. Okay, Sally Mae, it was from today, right? Because I'm on court TV now. I don't see anything. I don't see anything on court TV though. With CC. Let me go down a little bit further though.
Sally Mae, come up here and we can debate it. If you object.
Yeah, I don't see anything at all on Court TV. Are
It's
you
not
sure,
even a
Sally
debate.
Mae? It wasn't News Nation?
It's an exchange of ideas.
She put an objection in there. She said, "I object, counselor."
Hold on, I don't
I
see
was reading that.
anything. Let's see,
I
currently-
felt like it had to be more formal.
I want to duel.
Yeah, bring it on.
Okay, Mark, whenever he does retire and he wants to
was
come on
Cuomo.
panel,
Sorry.
just let me know and we'll set up a date that's good for him. And if I have to go live a little bit earlier, so it's not so late at night, we can do that too.
Has anybody heard from Willie?
No, I sent him a message earlier, but he hasn't got back to me.
Well, I
I
hope he's
haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
All right,
So
let me-
Cece Moore has also been talking all about the tool that Leah helped create with the paint. What was it? Paint DNA. This is for Sally Mae and for King Scarlet. She's
Okay.
on that interview with Harvard lawyer Lee. What I forget her name. Sorry.
Does her arm hurt her from patting herself in the back?
And well, she's on there, and then she's on there talking all about this great tool that exists. That is, let me find the name of it.
What are the
DNA
odds?
Painter. And so DNA Painter, one of the tools that they use is what are the odds. And the person that came up with the mathematical part of all of that was Leah. So she might not like what she has to say about the questionable stuff. Their lack of oversight, but there are definitely issues with it, and there have been cases thrown out because you can submit the genetic profiles to MyHeritage illegally, and it has happened. And then there was also a loophole with the GD match, GED match, where you could still see the user's profiles who had opted out. And so there are cases that also got thrown out because they were taking advantage of that loophole or that glitch that was going on.
So that was, what is it, a statistical program that he wrote the code for or made the equation?
So it's calculating what the essentially when you get a certain amount of matching markers, let's say, in the DNA profiles that are in there, to see what the relationship would be between that DNA profile and the other one.
And
So
another
like
one, the matches and how they align, and be
yeah.
able to tell if it's a second cousin or a grandfather or a father. But
Yep.
they tested 3 different ways: a myocardial, I can't remember all the ways, but we're
This
correct,
is specifically the autosomal.
and there's a lot of steps where something could be contaminated or something could be done wrong. It's not like an easy process.
I mean, I don't think that that's even as much as what she's arguing as the fact that because it's on an honor system, essentially.
Yeah, no, I understood that, but I thought that type of information was thrown in there well, like, as well, because
Yeah,
as a
as you
defense,
get
you
further
want to attack
away.
everything. You want to attack everything. You want to cast out on all.
Yeah, and as the relationship gets more distant, the more questionable it becomes. But I mean, I think that that's more what she was focusing on, and
Yeah,
that's
she's just trying to
that
say
search
that.
I was doing with that why I don't want to touch anything. I was going back. She loves LinkedIn, and so she posts all the time and responds to everyone on LinkedIn.
Oh, cool.
And so I was going back to find, that's exactly how the defense found her. And she's in there with a bunch of other professionals, and they're having discussions, and they don't stop.
So, but what I was trying to say was, so that she's pointing at that there was a possible violation of rights.
That, yeah, it's possible, especially when they don't want to disclose it. And they had been saying that from, I was able to get back to when the stuff about when the what's it called, the Washington search warrant return was made public. They were commenting on that and how by putting it in as supplemental that their red flags were going off as genetic genealogists. And there are a bunch of them in that thing. I think there were 60 comments, like on the one. It's like LinkedIn. It's not like a major discussion board. Or 60 different people.
And that's where the defense found this woman?
I'm sure it is. Yeah, she's on there all the time.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this now. Okay, and it's like a little over 5 minutes. So while it's playing, everybody on panel, if y'all would please mute.
That's what it's coming down to right now in two high-profile cases. You got the Idaho College murders, right? And the Gilgo Beach serial killings. A judge has ruled in the Gilgo case that the suspect, Rex Heuermann, must do a cheek swab and hand over the DNA results to the prosecution. Now, you may say, oh, duh, it's state by state. A lot of states say if you're arrested, there's probable cause, they can swab. Not New York. You need for it to be automatic, you got to have a conviction. So that's why they had this. And right now, it looks like the prosecution's going to get it. What do they need to get from that?
Sally Mae, is this the one you were talking about? I don't think this is the right one, y'all. Hold on. I might have clicked on the wrong one.
Yeah, but he was saying two cases, and he talked about.
No, that is the one.
DNA.
That's it?
Is this
DNA said to be star witness in two high-profile murder cases?
Yeah, it's like the first half of it. So if you listen to him, he'll start with CC Moore. There she was. And then he moves on to the guy, and he's talking about the Lisk case. So you want to get just her.
All right. So we'll do just her again. Okay.
With two people who know better than anyone. Genetic genealogist CeCe Moore, forensics analyst and professor emeritus at John Jay College of Criminal Science, Dr. Larry Kobylinski. CeCe, this is it. They're going to blow up your spot right now. Junk science. They're going to have somebody come on and say, this is not real DNA. This is like mix and match, more 23andMe and me than it is real science. How does it go? What are the vulnerabilities? What do you think?
Well, Chris, really, investigative genetic genealogy and SNP profiles are completely irrelevant to this case. Yes, they may have pointed law enforcement toward Bryan, but they are not going to be used against him as evidence of guilt. And therefore, really, these arguments that the defense is bringing out now are not relevant to his case, right? Because they used the SNP profile in the investigative genetic genealogy to point toward him, but it is treated simply as a tip, and they have to collect DNA in order to confirm or refute that hypothesis. And they then will use that STR profile, that traditional genetic evidence that's been accepted in court for decades. That is what will be used against him in a court of law. Genetic genealogy is not used to arrest anyone, charge anyone, or convict them.
They will say, objection, fruit of the poisonous tree. But for them going down this junk science road, they would have never been looking at him in the first place. And now they're just on the trail. And they have an expert who loves going after genetic genealogy. You are aware of the expert. Are you concerned about their perspective?
I'm not concerned because it's the same arguments that Dr. Larkin has been making for 5 years. She is not a lawyer or a constitutional scholar, neither am I, but I can look at the case precedent that's already been set. I have helped, through my genetic genealogy analysis, identify over 130 living suspects in violent criminal cases, and 60 of those have already worked their way through the courts and ended in a conviction. And that means that we already have seen significant precedent on these very same arguments or very similar arguments. That's not to say this judge couldn't rule differently, but if he follows the case law that's already been established, then it's very unlikely that the defense will be successful with this.
And just to fill in the audience, the reason you bring in that she's not a constitutional expert is because her main avenue of attack is this is an unlawful search and seizure, which is the Fourth Amendment under the Constitution, right? That by going through the family, you're basically backdooring not having a legitimate basis to ask him directly. The counter argument in the case law right now is exactly what you just laid out, which is it's non-dispositive. This is not what takes somebody to prison. It's what starts them on the road to see if they can take them to prison. So we'll see what happens, but you may not be a constitutional expert, but you laid that out perfectly. All right, Larry Kobylinski, let's see if you can do as well. On Gilgo Beach, am I right that, state by...
Okay, did they talk any more in this about Bryan's case?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I don't think this might not have been the one that I seen.
No, but
Okay. All right, if not, then I won't. Because I'm not covering the Gilgo one, so there ain't no point to keep going through it. Chris is correct. I want to speak as no process right. Okay, I just gotta get back in. Well, I gotta drop the link for.
So how much biological material do they need to do their test? Because I would assume with touch DNA, it's microscopic.
and so that it depends on.
I'm just assuming.
It's so C.C. Moore explains this that there's not actually like a set defined amount. That is something that the genetic genealogists and like the SNP profiles are like willing to work with, and that she won't work with. I think it was less than, I forget how many she said markers, but like that's one of the issues is that it's
what I'm saying is I don't mean markers. I'm trying to put my head around what the amount,
it's a pretty small amount.
Nanogram, but whatever it is, what amount is the maximum amount that they need of that touch DNA to, because like with blood DNA, they can only do it so many times for a sample before it's degraded and they can't use it anymore.
Yeah, and that's why it has to go to that special, like to the special lab for it to get developed well, I guess I don't know that stuff specifically. Sorry. I do know that it's a very small amount.
I'm just expressing it out loud. I'm questioning, the science and, how much is needed to have an accurate test.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to answer some people back in chat real quick.
But so King Scarlet, what you're saying with the make mistakes, phantom matches, trial and error honor system, if you listen to C.C. Moore, she makes the same arguments, and I've heard her make them in 2 different interviews when she was on with Sarah Zari and Jim Griffin, and then also when she was on there with the lawyer not Harper Lee, lawyer Lee, whatever.
The Harvard Lee lawyer?
Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh.
C.C. Moore makes the same arguments about how they need to hold themselves to this high bar, and that there's not like an oversight body there's only the pretty loose like DOJ guidelines. So there's not proper oversight, and that's why they are so hesitant to share it all. And that's why she wants to keep it at such a high level and the integrity and everything so that it doesn't get tainted. But there's the potential for it to be tainted, and it happens, and it has happened recently.
Didn't she say also that it's they do different, like their testing is different. It's not all uniform. So like if you go from one place to another place in the testing could come up with wrong matches because the testing is different.
It's siloed, so what it just it stays in that bank. But if you're talking about but you mean like from company to company?
Yeah, from company. I thought I heard some because I listened to them read it like on a different channel whenever it came out. Just listening to it, it was like almost like a robot or AI reading it. It wasn't an actual person.
What I remember is that it's siloed, so they just aren't sharing it between the different databases or like the different companies. So if you go to 23andMe, it's not automatically like accessible with a different one.
Okay, because I thought I heard not accessible but compatible. That's it's just me. I'm wrong so many times.
Do you know
No,
what,
I
Josh?
could be wrong too.
I can't remember where it was, but I thought that what I heard was that they do different procedures, like SOPs. You got a standard operating procedure. They do different procedures, and they don't correlate with each other, and you can end up getting wrong matches.
I'm not positive about that.
I'm not either. A lot of the questions are the statements I've said today is me questioning out loud what I don't comprehend.
All right. Marina, can you hear us?
Hi, Marina. You're muted.
Yeah, I don't know if she can hear us or not. Marina, can you hear us?
I'm sorry. Yes, I can. I can.
How are you?
I'm good. I am getting a new phone Saturday, so all these complications should be gone for me on Saturday night.
Okay, cool.
So Saturday or Sunday. I'm so excited.
Welcome.
Like my phone.
All right,
What'd
what
you
was
say?
your question that you said you had?
Oh well, now it's kind of it was more on the ancestry stuff. Because you said I had wanted you to reread something on like there's two ancestry sites that like allow. I just was trying to get the wording right because I guess full access like, but that doesn't mean that other ancestry sites don't let you use. I guess it's kind of it was more for my own just kind of knowledge. I guess it doesn't really have to do with beliefs. So just ignore it.
I was
You
getting
mean
I can
ready
the
to
drop
ask
down.
it.
two?
I
You
was
mean
getting ready.
oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I was getting ready to ask a question. Maybe this is the question that you had in your mind was what's the difference? Why can't they juggle back and forth between each what difference does it make which one they use?
Well,
They
two
should
of
all
them
work the
won't.
same way, right?
Two of them won't
Well,
let them use it out of the four major companies that do the genealogy, the testing. Two of them
So
won't let them
two
use
of
it.
them will. Two of them out of the
but
major
yeah,
ones. Two
Will
will
let you
yeah,
do
let
and
what?
but there was
I'm wait. Two of them will let you do what?
will let law enforcement
Law
that's
enforcement use their
access.
databases,
It's
and
yeah,
other
that's
two won't.
they're the only two that have it in their terms of service.
Oh, okay.
And then the
Wasn't
yeah, that's
users
where I
can
was.
choose to opt in or opt out. And
Okay.
wasn't it
depending on which
said
one it
that?
is,
Fred,
they either
thank
have
you.
to opt out or they have to opt in. It just depends on which of the two. you're looking
That's
at.
that's where I just wanted, if Scarlett, if you don't mind pulling it, just like reading that one line again, where it, because like everything is in the final
Are
wording.
you
It,
okay?
it doesn't even
You
Oh,
say
I'm
okay?
like
okay.
they
My
actually
Something
cat
went
wrong.
through.
just threw my dinner on the ground. Sorry. I'll be
Oh,
right back.
Okay.
Okay, so wait, you're wanting me to read.
Just
Hold
the
on.
part where it explaining why the two are. It's just the wording. I want to hear the wording.
In
The two that are
the
allowed.
in the document, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, for the ancestry, yeah, or the genealogy. I'm sounding like you. Genealogy. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I get
Yeah, DNA.
tongue tied all
The
the time.
Okay, so in the genealogy. Okay, so hold on. There was a document that came out yesterday with Leah Larkin's affidavit. Is that the document that you're talking about?
I don't know. I just know that you
I
literally just talked about it like less than 30 minutes ago. You literally were reading from it about the two genealogy sites that you can use,
Okay.
or some. That's what I want the wording for. I can't tell you
Yeah, she
what
read
about,
about
but
all four of them. She read about the two, and she named them that you can use or can't use, and then the two that you can or can't use. The
Okay.
opposite two.
yeah.
That would have
And it's
been
in
Daily Mail.
that document too, Scarlett. It's one of the bullet points.
Okay.
yes, thank you, Soka.
All right. So in the article that I read just a little while ago, I gotta go back and find. All right. So there are many commercial ancestry websites. Only two allow law enforcement to search their databases openly. And that's GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. Is that the ones you're talking about?
That's literally the exact wording I wanted to hear. So you nailed it. Thank you.
Uh huh.
So yeah,
Hey,
so
Leo.
so they're the ones that allow them to do it, but that doesn't mean the other ones can't. I was just wondering. Um,
No, they can't. It's in the I think it's in
The
the
TOS.
DOJ policy as well.
Yeah, it's in their TOS. Those two, you have to have that test. You have to allow them to allow law enforcement
but
to be able to have access. The rest of them,
but
you opt in or opt out,
they
like
can
you
ask.
said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
Only
on.
those
I
two.
agree. It was just the wording I wanted to hear. Honestly, I was just curious because, like, with the other ones, it sounded loose. Like where the other ones, they still can gather information from the
No,
other
the
ones,
other ones
but
it's
they would,
barred. They cannot use them.
but they can
Okay, so
Non-citizens
ask them
cannot.
for it if they want
No.
but
to
if
submit
they
them.
access
The
it,
way it sounds.
then it's a violation of rights if they access it illegally.
No,
Hmm.
no, I'm not. But if they ask the company and they let them, because they said not openly.
Then you're
So if it's,
violating their
if,
customers' rights because
But
I have
that
the right to privacy.
and that's
oh,
also
okay, okay.
the news article like paraphrasing
Because
the
Well,
actual
because I was thinking,
policy.
they don't just zero in on one DNA. They have to go through the database to find a match or matches and find the closest match.
I guess what I'm kind of comparing it to is like, you know how Apple is kind of really hard to like, you have to have a warrant to get into their, services to see stuff. And I guess I was just thinking that maybe like if they did come forth with a case and like if just the way it was worded, I probably don't make sense. It just was
No,
worded as if
you
the
make
other companies
sense.
could share information
But see,
if
with
they went
Apple,
a certain way.
that's a specific person. With the DNA sites, it's data mining. You're mining that data to find that needle in the haystack. So you're violating millions of
Okay.
people to find one.
Hmm.
All right, so I'm okay because I was on Ancestry, so I'm good.
Yeah,
Just kidding. Well, I was
you're good.
I was on Ancestry, but it was just to find like out my heritage. But I was just
They
it
got
was just a
enough of
joke,
me.
a
I will
joke.
never donate my DNA for anything willingly.
Yeah, me either.
But they will
Uh,
use like the ancestry to build out for public documents and stuff. That's where they can access them. That's
I,
like
I
one
didn't know
source.
where.
but
We
not
didn't
the
know where I
the
came from.
DNA.
I did. I'm sorry, Fofa. I did do the
That was a good
ancestry because I
question,
wanted
though.
to know where I was
No
from.
question, stupid.
Yeah, it was good. Especially
Scarlett,
because that's
here,
how it was worded there.
the Department of Law Enforcement, that's like the Georgia Bureau of Investigation or the Texas Rangers,
Uh-huh.
or they have to certify the clinics that are doing the DNA. In Idaho, I don't. Do you know who certifies the labs? I shouldn't use the word clinic. Labs for doing
Uh,
the DNA.
no, that I'm not sure of.
Here's
Okay.
my stupid question. Did they do the DNA in Idaho, or did they do it in Washington, or did the FBI do it?
The FBI did it. Well, they did the genealogy part, the
Yeah,
investigative
that's what I'm saying. I
genealogy.
thought the original DNA from the touch was done by Idaho.
So yeah, it was found by Idaho. Then the SNP profile, which is used for the genetic genealogy, was done by a private lab in
That would have
Texas,
been
Othram.
Orthurium.
And then once Othram had the profile, the DNA profile, then the FBI took it and they built out the family tree and did all the analysis with that.
So that DNA profile had to go through 3 separate labs. It's a lot of steps for something to go wrong.
Thank you, Brad.
And I'm not talking about work. I'm just talking,
Chain of custody.
technicalities, procedural. You can end up losing that evidence.
The reason I made that last statement now, can the defense says we want that sheaf and we want to send it to our lab.
Would there be enough viable DNA?
Someone better save that DNA.
Good Lord, I'm responding back to somebody in chat when y'all said DNA. I literally just typed out DNA, and I meant email. God.
AOL.
Yeah, really.
Avery said Avery's checking in on us and making sure we're being good on panel.
Avery, how are you?
Hello, Miss Avery.
Welcome.
I think
Z-Man,
we're
thank
being
you so
good.
much for your information. Yeah, my chat. Oh my God.
Scarlett, did you get the video I sent you of the drive?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Yes, I did get that one. I'm gonna go through it tonight and just see, because I seen it was like an hour and something long, the video. But I'm gonna go through and try to find exactly how long. Like it's the drive, the whole video.
Yes, I believe so. What's amazing is it's done during the daylight hours. Beautiful scenery, gorgeous. However, there's no street lights on this journey, and some of the road there's no center line in the
Okay,
road.
so it's like
And
a little black top type road or whatever.
you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what it is.
It's like just a 2-lane with the dash, and the sides are falling out because we got no money to fix the roads. And
Well, there's no dash dash dash. Now you'll see the lines come in late,
oh,
but
there's a road
it's
that
just a black top road. That's it.
My,
It's
It's
not.
a good old country road. It's a good
my
old country
road
road.
resembles that remark, dude.
there's a road that's called Morgan Territory Road, and it goes a good 20 miles plus. It's one way. It goes from my area to it goes from Contra Costa County to Alameda County.
It's a good old country road, is what it is.
Yep.
Okay. King Scarlett said the U.S. Department of Justice eased some concerns by issuing a policy that gives Ellie ability by federal law enforcement agents to search and GED match violent crimes and DNA profiles with user consent. Is that the one, Sally Mae, you were talking about?
That's one that they can use.
It was GEDmatch and I got to go back and find the other one. Was it
Family Tree?
a Family Tree DNA?
Yeah, family tree.
Yes, yeah.
But it's MyHeritage is the one that's the issue that can be abused.
What about Ancestry?
Allegedly, no. But then
Cool.
it was like a couple weeks ago that they came out with they were doing that Jane Doe project, and there were volunteers on the Jane Doe project that were using in the GED match.
Brian
glitch.
Hoffman, thank
I
you
don't.
so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you.
Thank you, Brian.
I like Bryan.
You still have to have a relative that's had the test. Because if nobody in your family tree has had the test, they got nothing to compare it to.
All I know is my kids better not send their DNA to nothing. They don't be upset.
Hey, too many marriages have been broken up via them DNA tests.
Too many families have been too.
Well,
Lord,
families, you know what I mean.
Lord.
All my family's in the Middle East or Russia somewhere. That's what I've learned. Or
Too many,
Ethiopia, like 2%.
too many secrets get revealed with those things.
Well, I just like my kids don't need to send because I'm not sending my DNA to nobody.
I'm not either.
If I got family somewhere, that's fine. If I have a certain, uh, if I'm like my family's from a different country, that's fine too. I'll
What
figure
if our,
out another way to figure out what, like if I'm a
Right.
certain percent
what if our
Irish or
government
whatever,
mandates it?
they better hold me
You
down
know,
and
there's
take it.
people already with chips in their arms and they're paying for their
I
groceries with chips.
Yep.
We've
not
had that
me.
discussion, Ray. I was trying to say that if everybody had a chip in their hand, we'd have known who'd went in that
No.
house.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, they started it
That only
first
be it.
via medical records. There was sick people and they got chipped for medical records, and then it
I'm not
was
a dog.
for a work. It was a company makes you. There's a company out there that makes you get chipped to work for them,
I believe it.
and
I believe it.
you buy your food in the vending things with your chip.
Well, they're talking about doing that with the military. That way they can track them. And especially these guys that get caught as POWs, they'll know where they're at. But the other
Eventually, it'll
side,
be all of us.
That's
It'll have all
not
your
a bad idea.
information. It'll do away with credit card fraud unless you're chopping people's hands off and using their hands to buy stuff.
Yeah, that's
I don't
very
know how
true.
smart that would be. Yeah, especially, and then you got the PTSD. It's like I have a chip in my hand. Like I don't know.
It'll be
It's
like
just,
Minority Report because
Yeah, it
they
would.
already have the RFID readers. That's what the chips are. They already have the readers. And most of the clothes you
but
buy
also,
already have the chips in them.
Right.
yeah, and
Allie.
a POW could also become a somebody who's trying to actually be like a spy or evade somebody, and like if they get caught, it's like, oh, we just know where the chip is. Let's just chop it off, and they're trying to be like covert, and they're not going to be anymore. They're going to leave like army right to the other people.
Well,
I don't know. It doesn't that make any sense?
I could go biblical on y'all, but I won't.
Yeah, I was thinking the
Yeah, we'll
same
save that
thing.
for the other channel.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking the same thing,
Revelation.
but that's not appropriate to be brought up here. I'm just saying
No,
it's coming. It's not coming. It's already here.
you're right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Lady B.
And I think just the way our government is right now, that I can see mandates happening, and you have to get that if you want to travel, if you want to buy stuff,
Yeah,
if you
there'll
want to
be a
do
point.
anything.
Yeah,
They're
there'll be a
already
point you won't be able to
moving
survive.
towards your digital score like China,
Right.
so that we don't have to have money. I've been saying for 20 plus years, I believe our dollar is going to be completely devalued like Mexico and other countries.
Yep.
Because eventually our debt is so high, we'll never be able to pay it.
It's
No,
already.
we just print more money.
Yeah, the
it's
euro
already
keeps
there.
on like the inflation with the euro keeps on just kind of escalating and escalating. I mean, actually, it was worse at one point than it is now. It used to be like like $2 for a euro, a dollar for the U.S.
They're already
And then
talking about.
I've heard that like the Amero thing a long time ago, and we would have to, because I believe country of Mexico is so corrupt. You know, it's not by accident that all these drugs get over our border on a
No,
regular basis to feed our consumption, because we're the ones that consume it. It's not like they're forcing it up our nose or down our legs or in our veins.
I absolutely agree with
I
you on
don't
that, Ray.
I don't know if you guys heard the same thing I did. This might have been like maybe 5 or 6 or even 7 years ago about like a paper put out that Mexico might be like a failing country, like I don't mean any disrespect for anyone from Mexico, but they were like actually like concerned that it wasn't actually, it would just kind of drop off the map, which I don't understand that. Now that I say it, it sounds really silly, but I just remember something in the newspaper about how it was just going to be obsolete or it was just going to fail as a country. I don't know, and I don't mean any disrespect. Now that I would say that, never mind. Scratch it.
So we're
Scratch
we're
I,
going to end up failing as a country, and everything will be shifted then. I mean, the cash, all of the, I mean, they're absolutely talking about making not a credit score, but making your footprint, your carbon footprint, as instead of a credit score.
California is trying to pass mileage tax, so
Elbow, thank you
then they
so
can
much for your
pull
support.
they
Now,
can pull our movement.
I read an article on the internet that said every child born in every hospital, that hospital has their DNA. Now,
Yeah.
what year does that go back to?
From the umbilical when they cut it off.
No, no, what was it? What
Yeah.
year?
Yeah,
What year?
he's talking about like
It's
what
there.
year?
Was that like 1990, 1996?
I don't know, because
1960s.
our government does things 20 years before we even find out about it.
Yep.
And if any of those,
Riddler, you're just
ancestors,
talking about the
Hold on, wait, Marina, let him finish talking. Go ahead,
yeah,
Riddler.
no, I just had yeah.
if any of those ancestries, 1, 2, 3, whatever, if your cousin, your grandmother, your uncle, all of a sudden now they can find you on their DNA chart.
Some people in chat are saying 1990 and someone else said 1995.
Well, I've always told my husband too, if they want our DNA, all they got to do is take it from the doctors when you have testing and you won't even know about it.
Yeah.
They just
Riddler,
gotta get your
you're
pizza
talking.
crust.
A pizza crust.
Yeah.
Is
Riddler?
that what you
Yeah, go ahead,
Well,
MB.
she's not wrong.
Go ahead, MB.
You're just talking about in the U.S., right? Because I was born in the USSR on my nationalization papers, and they definitely didn't take DNA there. So you are just talking about the U.S., right?
Yeah, the USA.
Okay, yeah, because I wasn't born in the U.S. I was born in the USSR. Okay,
Well,
thank you.
the
That's all I want
USSR
to know.
could be doing it too,
Yeah.
but they don't let their citizens know about what they do. The government,
Yeah, but it's now Russia. I was born in the USSR. There's no way because it was before the fall of the Soviet Union. There's no way they were doing that. They were literally gonna. They literally didn't want my parents to adopt me. Like they did
Okay, and
not want America to have me.
y'all make sure this doesn't go into like a political talk or anything like
Oh,
that.
no. I'm done.
I was just making light of the fact that all our governments do dirty things,
Right.
secret things that we never know about. that, like I said, we find out about 20 years later, 50 years later. Sometimes we never find it
Yeah, no,
out because
Yeah.
they bury it so deep or destroy it.
I yeah, I don't
And that's
like
all
politics
government.
or
I'm not
religion.
talking
So.
about, you know what I mean? Nothing political.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Us
get
as
what you.
citizens, they're supposed to be our representatives. And me as a citizen, I don't feel I'm very well represented by my government.
Oh no, I
Hel-
don't either.
Elbow, you are very welcome.
That's why I'm waiting for the aliens to come pick me up.
Oh Lord, the aliens.
I'll take that ride with you,
You
but
told
I'm
me
not
not to make it
taking that ride with
political.
you.
Oh,
Yeah,
That
I'll
one's
take a ride with
interesting.
you and an alien, but I'm not taking Elon's ship to the Mars. Not at all. Not at
No, nope, no way.
no, Fofa just wants the aliens to come get her. That's all.
I'm with you, Fofa.
I
Yeah.
like Elon for his brain and whatnot, but
Pretty
I,
smart dude,
I,
honestly.
I see him
Yeah.
as a hypocrite, contradictory. I mean, he said Twitter for free speech, and then he starts banning people for free speech.
Yeah, and he's restricting how many messages you can send too.
But you know, mine hasn't done that since that one night. I haven't had an issue with it since then. So I don't know if it was a
Good.
glitch that
Yeah,
was
I was
going
gonna say,
on or what
Well,
it was.
that's good to
Or
know.
testing the
Yeah, it could have
next
been like a beta type thing or
version.
yeah,
whatever.
beta,
I
yeah.
I didn't like it, so there's that.
Or a grab for money, because Twitter, I don't know if it's profitable yet.
Well, they just had a nice little fine. Another one.
Oh, there was something I did want to okay, so we mentioned so about the chips in the hands and stuff with with
Right, Red.
not the government, with just the US. Um, but the fact that but okay, Europe, we haven't even caught up to the CCTV that Europe has. How are we supposed to be going like jump like we're skipping? Like we're not even caught up on the CCTV on the level that Europe has, or even New Zealand.
Well, I believe Europe in those type of social programs are actually ahead of us. You know, I heard a long time ago, I read a long time ago, you know, in the UK, if you're on aid, if the government helps you out and gives you money and pays your bills and you have children, they're allowed to put cameras in your house legally and watch what you do in your house. Watch how you discipline your children. Watch when you feed them. Watch when you put them to sleep. Watch what you let them see. They watch it all. There's more cameras like in England and whatnot than here in the United States. They're everywhere.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's what I was. That was my point. They are so advanced on the CCTV. How are we going to like overstep them with the chips? I just don't see that happening before Europe doesn't do that.
You don't think they have the chips as well? You don't think they
Oh
buy
no, they
stuff
probably do. It's James
technology from
Bond.
us?
I don't know. I don't know. That's James Bond country. I don't know. If anyone's from the UK, I don't know. I really don't. I don't.
I mean, China's right there, and everybody buys stuff from China. And China infiltrates us through espionage. Our companies steals their, oh, my brain died. Yeah,
Technical information and
yeah. Well,
data and all of that.
it's information that they only have, trade secrets,
Yeah.
type stuff, and then they just duplicate it for pennies on the dollar because they don't care about polluting the environment. They don't care about having kids work in sweatshops. They don't care about none of that. It's all about
And,
moving forward.
and if
Back
you
Everybody
to
advances.
back to the knife.
Yeah, Riddler, where are
yeah,
you? Who's blacking?
No, back to the K bar.
Back to the K bar, man.
Back
You
to
should
the
have said
Fun
that
King.
when I suggested going to outer space. We were already way out there.
we all went to outer space.
Yeah, I was going to get a little more controversial. I was going to say they don't care about running over college kids with tanks and mowing them down.
No, Lordy mercy.
Next subject.
Yeah,
Scarlet,
no one can speak on time. So.
I'm gonna jump down, you guys. I gotta get up early in the morning. So
You got work tomorrow?
yeah, we had a lady quit on us, so now it's just me and the manager. So
Oh, okay.
Oh, extra hours. I hate that.
yeah.
I'll come
Well,
by
That
I
next
doesn't
don't
sound
week.
mind.
like fun.
I don't mind.
That does not
I
sound
mean,
fun.
I'm
I'll
doing
come.
what I love to do. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm gonna jump down. Thank you guys. Thank you, Scarlett, once again for having me on, and you amazing people on this panel and in chat. I love
Have a
you all.
great night.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a good night and have fun at work tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night, Lady V.
Let's see. I was having a conversation with Z-Man about being on Mars. Let's see. Do you watch your feeds?
Hey, Elon would probably develop a lot of cool stuff on Mars too, because you can't put it past what he's done, in his fields. I mean, started with PayPal, where they make like 400 something million off of that, and they're still like kids.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I gotta find Leo's comment. She said something about Africa. Oh, okay. All right, Leo. I'm sorry. I see it now where you said South Africa. Okay. Go ahead, Riddler.
Last night when you had that special guest on here with us, and I found out who he was at the end. But what I was trying to say to him is the PCA says we believe this event took place between 4 and 4:25. Now we got to hold our government's feet to the fire. Don't sit there and tell me he's parking the car at 4:04, but you believe he assassinated. I guess I can say that word. I'm not sure, but anyway, that he assassinated 4 people between 4 and 4:25, and then you tell me at 4:20 he's speeding away. So what was the last time they saw the car? 4:04?
No, it would have been 4:20 when it was
No, I'm talking
speeding
about,
away.
when was the last time they
No,
saw the car before he came in?
well, they would have seen it again after 404 because he did all those U-turns.
Okay.
No,
So they would have
yeah,
seen
not
him as
after.
after that where they got him on the 3-point turn on King and Queen.
That wasn't after 404. I thought the last time
Yes.
they caught
No,
him
that
leaving
was
was
at
404,
404.
and then
That
420 is when they caught him leaving.
At
At
404 is
404,
when he was doing the 3-point turn and trying to park in front of the house and turn around and all that. That was at
but
404.
at 404 is when he last enters the area.
Right.
After he does that, he drives up to Queen, then he turns around there, then he drives back, does the 3-point turn. So he would have had to pass the same camera.
So
The one at
you're trying to tell me
at
that's after
1112.
404? He's still driving around after, because I had assumed that it was the last time he was caught on video before he left was 404.
From how it reads, that he enters the area and then he does all the other movements and then parks.
Yeah. And then it's not seen again until 420 when it leaves the area at a high rate of speed.
That's sad, because if that's so, if the way you guys are reading it and that's correct, then he drove around, did all these turns, and did everything else. How long did it take him to do all those turns and everything? Because then you're
Probably
saying
2
he
minutes.
parked sometime after 410,
No, I would
4:08.
think
I
like
would,
2 minutes to
yeah, I
park.
would probably say 406 to 407 he finally parks.
Yeah,
So what time would you say he entered the house?
408 to 410.
Yeah, something like that. Because, like I said last night, is
So why couldn't
I can get him leaving the car, going to that, like walking to the house. He's going to be, I would think, slower, unless he's just got this mindset of, this is it, I'm going in right now, and just beelines it inside the house. Um, is he going to leave the car and go in slowly and kind of feel it out, see where everybody's at, this and that, or is he just going to walk straight in?
So
I would think he'd sneak in because he don't want to get caught before he's able to do anything.
That's what I would think. So if he parks at 407, I'd say by at least 409 he's in the house.
So why didn't they put that in the PCA? That would have made more sense to everybody that we believe at 409 he enters the dwelling.
It would have made sense to me. It seems like it would, and like I said up before, I know they don't have to put everything in the PCA. To me, though, it seems like it would have made the PCA stronger for the arrest warrant.
It's got to fit.
I
It's got
think
to
that
fit Dylan's statements. They have to make
yeah,
it fit in that box.
it's something else to corroborate that guess.
Well, that'll give Ann a good thing to cross-examine back and forth. Well, wait a minute. You're saying it was 4, and he's over here saying you're saying 404, 405.
That's like
Which is
the
it?
second
Say that right in
major
front of the jury, and bingo, you're putting
That's the
down.
second major contradiction because the Bethany Times is a contradiction as well.
I mean, I'm not an attorney, but that'd be something I would bring up. At least I think I could be able to bring it up right in front of the jury. And then, well, hold on, Your Honor, I'm not finished yet. They're saying he's speeding off at 425, but in your affidavit, you're saying he's committing these crimes at 424, 423, 422, 421. Which is it? See, I live in a world where 5 and 10 minutes can be life and unalive.
Right.
Go put 2 trains crossing each other on the same track and be off 5 minutes and see what happens.
Yeah, have your car stop or get left in a cop car on the train tracks as it's barreling down and see how fast that time passes.
So, I mean, you're talking about they're off. I mean, it's like a little silly game. Okay, we're off 10 minutes. Who cares? 10 minutes. And we're off another 10 minutes on the end, 5 or 10 minutes. Which is it?
And I think that's why they're putting approximately is in the PCA a lot. And I think that's why.
It wouldn't do for me to be a judge.
Who really would be like, no, it's got to be precise. It's got to be this way. Don't bring it back to me until it's that way.
Well, the tighter they make it, the more inconceivable it seems to have time enough to commit what was done.
Yeah.
Well, what if the DNA was that bad? Now you got me thinking that, or the phone pings are that bad. Well, it could be that, or it might be this. So that puts me in jail for 8 or 9 months.
Well, I say we're led to believe that law enforcement has a greater good of the citizen, so we put our faith in that, and that's what
I'm trying to say is I'm not protecting BK here, because this could happen to any one of us. What I'm trying to say is police officers are supposed to be professional. Damn it, act like it. Be like it. Go see what happens when FAA tells the planes, well, that was just a 10-minute mistake. I'm sorry. Watch what happens.
I would think it would be better to put a longer time span and then during trial work that time span down to zero in on a more constraint time span.
See, I agree with you, Ray, because if they don't correct that and I'm sitting over there as the defense, I'm going to hammer that into that jury. And I'm going to embarrass them cops on the stand. You're supposed to have all this technical equipment. You got the FBI here and you can't get a time right.
Yeah, the timeline is everything when it comes to something like this.
Well, it even starts going back to just Maddie and Kaylee when they got home. And, it was at 1:45. It was at 1:45. No, it was at 1:56. It was at 1:56. You got video here. How many weeks did it take them to change that? Even though they knew that they went to the grub truck first.
And how did they get that time? They just pulled it out their anus?
Yes, right. No.
Sorry,
I just can't stop laughing.
I don't like LE. I've had my run-ins. I've been on the other side of the law. I don't like LE, but I respect them, and I'm appreciative of the work that they do, just like military people. When I see a military person being treated bad, it makes me cry. because they've given up a portion of their life for that same person that is treating them bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like that either.
You know what always got me was you watch a football game and they'll say, "Boy, it took guts for that quarterback to stand in that pocket and throw that pass." And I'm like, you know what guts is? Being a 19-year-old and you're in a foxhole and bullets are coming at you and mortars are going off around you. That's guts.
And not knowing if you're going to be alive that next second, and having the courage and bravery to plow forward and to do the right thing.
But see, our taxes, not only do they pay the salary of law enforcement, but our taxes pay their taxes. They're using our tax dollars to pay their taxes with. So I'm expecting professional service here.
When I watch them audits and I see them bad faith acting law enforcement officers, and they get to talking with the auditors, and the auditors a little snarky and tell them, well, I pay your taxes, you work for me. And then the law enforcement officer says, well, I pay taxes too. My retort to that is exactly what you just said, really. Yeah, you pay taxes with my taxes.
Exactly. It was the same way when I was in the military. From boot camp all the way to the day I walked off the base after 20 years of service, you work for the taxpayer. That's why we have a clean image. That's why we do this, do that. That's why when you go off the base, you'll tell everybody, yes, sir, and no, ma'am. I mean, all that's pounded into you. That's who you work for.
Because we want to be a shining example for the American people. Already the world looks at us in a negative light.
True.
But I just expect a better timing on this than what they're coming up with. Because right now, and when coming into this case, I was 99.99% it's BK. I'm still leaning towards it. He's involved some way. But when I look at this sloppy police work, I'm not worried about the defense's work, but the sloppy police work, I'm starting to lean back. If I'm on the jury, I don't know if I can convict him now. And if you're so sloppy over here with your time, maybe your DNA is sloppy work, maybe your phone pings are sloppy work, and maybe your eyewitness is sloppy. All right, I said my speech.
I just feel like I've lost all hope.
All I can say is 100. 100, brother. 100.
And
that makes me worry worse, because if he is the one that did it, I could see him getting off.
Well, exactly. That's my whole point. Just do it right. Yeah. Just do the right thing. That's all I'm asking. And then they want to know why everybody is speculating, why everybody's drawing these conclusions. Because you got a goofy PCA, and we allow them to get away with it. I'm not expecting it to be accurate right to the gnat's rear end, but I do expect it to be a lot. Don't sit there and tell me he's in that house between 4:21 to 4:25 and you saw him speeding off at 4:20. Now you tell me the clocks are wrong. All right, I might go along with that.
I just say don't contradict your own evidence in a legal paper.
Did we lose Ray?
I hope not.
No, that was all I was going to say. And
no, he was giving it dramatic.
It was a kind of like a little back and forth going, and I like that, because I always just try to, most of the time, I don't know, I think tonight I'm talking a lot more than usual, but I always try to just jump in and say a little piece, and that's it. I don't want to talk too long. Because I always feel like a lot of times we all start jumping on top of each other, not intentionally, and then we pause. And we hear the pause, so we think, okay, it's good to talk, and we jump back on it.
Yeah, I think some people that come up on panel, I think they have a lag, and that's where it happens with each other, talking over each other. Do y'all remember when it was the car in Eugene, Oregon was found?
Yep.
The one that had the paper in it, and everybody was trying to say, what what place, what hotel, whatever.
Yeah,
What,
the one that was wrecked. Yes.
Yep.
Do y'all remember when that was?
It was in December. I think it was December. I forget, but I know it was in December.
Okay, so it was in
Mid-December.
December.
I was gonna say, yeah, it wasn't too long
Well, it would have had
before
to
they.
been in December because, yeah, in between it being the public bolo going out and then him getting arrested.
Okay,
That all
so
happened in December.
what day was it? And I'll have to go back to the PC if I have to. But what day was it that WSU said that they found Brian's car?
It was, I believe,
Like November
November
20,
24th, 20.
24, 29, one of those.
Yeah, sometime that week.
So November, was it the 29th?
26th.
I'll just put 27.
I'll get it open. Hang on.
But it got like, it got noticed the first time, and then the guy went over there the second time, and it had different plates on it.
It didn't have any plates on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
it
one
didn't have
in
any.
no, the one in Eugene didn't have any plates on it.
But it did at one. It had the Colorado plates when it was first left there.
Hey Ada, how are you? Okay, shit. What was my other question? And what day did they get Brian's name?
We don't know that for sure.
So
We don't know when the law enforcement from Pullman contacted everybody about the vehicle.
Okay. I was trying to figure
So
something out because I'm wondering if they ever took that white car that was in Eugene and tested the inside of it. I know that they came out and said that that they spoke with the owner. She didn't have anything to do with it. She had no connections to uh, Moscow and all this and that. It's just kind of weird though that the car was wrecked and then just the plates were taken off of it and then it just sat on the side of the street for however many days. So I wonder if the same car that Moscow PD is putting out to the public to help find, and it's found or one like what they're wanting the public to help them find. Did they test that car, the inside of it?
I am pretty sure they did, but I don't know for sure.
Did they tow it? You know what I mean, and take it to a
Oh, that
forensic
probably.
lab because
Yeah, I
that's
wonder
how they
who
test
towed
it.
it. I mean,
I
did
have the dates for you, Scarlett.
okay.
It was the 25th when they put out the bolo, and then the 29th was when they found the WSU car, or the WSU campus police found the car.
Okay.
And then didn't they say when they sent him over too?
I can't
No.
remember if it ever said or if there was ever a date given of when they sent that information from WSU.
I'm sure they sent it right away. But I can't imagine that they had him pegged as a suspect at that point at all. Because the other thing that to think about is if they had pegged him as a suspect on the 29th, right?
Yeah, that's
They
when they
didn't
just
put
came
out
into the
the
orbit.
public bolo for the car until the 7th or the 9th of December.
Wait, I thought you just told me the 25th they put a bolo out.
That was for the law enforcement agencies.
Oh, okay. So the public bolo was December.
It was December. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But so if they had any inkling that he was a suspect though, then they would have already changed the dates of the car. They wouldn't have put out a public bolo for only 2011 to 2013.
Okay. Yeah, because
right?
like I was trying to
Because
think.
if they had already known that his car was like one of their suspect vehicle ones, then they would have expanded that the year, the model,
Right.
whatever,
So
before putting it out to the public.
logical
But
deduction I take from that is that the campus police in Pullman didn't inform
well, they had how many of
Moscow
them?
Ellie until
Hey,
after that date that they had done the public bullet. So weeks later.
But they said that they had like
Scarlett?
22,000 white uh Hyundai Elantras in the area, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's just from 11 to 13. In actuality, the window was 11 to 16. So that's 3 more years to
Mm-hmm.
add. So that's 3 more years of car sales. So that's at minimum double the number of 22,000.
I'm gonna put a link to back chat about a pretty good article I found on like time. It says it doesn't go like A, B, C, D, like this time, this time, this time, but it's pretty good about explaining the car stuff. I'm gonna just put it on back chat. Scarlett, is that
Okay.
okay?
Okay, thank you. If y'all remember though, whenever they found the car in Eugene, they never said anything else to the public or continued asking us uh, about helping find this 2011 to 2013. It was put in the December the 29th presser, but I don't think it was in any of the other ones between the time that the Eugene car was found and the 29th. Sarah, you're welcome. Well, let me go back and make sure because I know that there was
What
several days that they didn't
what
put
day
out
are you gonna start on? I was
uh
gonna pull them too.
it don't matter. I gotta find the 29th. Where the hell did the 29th one? Oh, here we go.
And
Okay.
Popo, you believe it was the 8th that the public bullet was
The
put out, right?
7th, I think.
Oh,
So
7th.
right, I see here the 7th is when they had the stock photo, at least that went out.
So
Um,
you're trying to tell me that Ellie didn't know that Bryan Kohberger's vehicle was a possibility until past the 7th, like 8 days,
yeah,
9 days. And then when was it past the 7th? Weren't they saying all the way up to the end? It was still 2011 through 13.
yeah, but so am I? But we had always kind of thought that they aren't going to change it to expand it because that might tip him off, right? But if it hadn't even been made public that they were looking for one yet, and he was being looked at, then they would have included him in his car's year in the original public announcement.
Yeah, no, because a lot of people were saying, oh, they knew it was Bryan Kohberger when he got pulled over those 2 times on his trip. And I've always said, no, they didn't know. I don't think they knew till at some point in time when he was in his house. And what I believe is when the genealogical DNA came back, because like I've said a lot of times, I've read up on it. It's 6 to 8 weeks before that comes back. So when did they have the sheep? How long? When did they send the DNA to the FBI to do all those tests? How long did the FBI have it?
I think it was pretty quick, but Scarlett has to address that. Scarlett, did you get the link in the back?
Hold on, I gotta go back to StreamYard.
Yeah, but just because you're a larger, more important agency doesn't mean the science goes faster for you. You still have to do
No,
you still have
I
to
know. I
do.
wasn't saying that,
Okay,
but
so
they do have more resources now. Sorry, go ahead.
on the 27th, they're still putting it in their press releases that they're still continuing to locate the 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, still asking for the public's help. And then they also say in here that, shit, hold on. All right, so investigators believe the occupants may have crucial information to share regarding the case and have identified over 22,000 vehicles. Hey, Jody, how are you? So they were still asking for it on the 27th.
And I kind of wondered that, like, what does Kohberger follow? I would like to see his like search engines and what sites he went to and so on and so forth. Because I don't watch TV. I don't turn the TV on at all. The only information I get is from my telephone.
Yeah, the only thing that I watch on TV, I watch Big Brother and then YouTube. That's pretty much it.
So authorities narrowed their focus.
Okay, so Williams said, I talked to the director of the ISP labs, and he said generally it's a 66-day turnaround time on testing. For a rush, it could be 7 to 21 days, and in some cases, they can overnight. Thank you, William, for that information.
Well, DNA tests, yeah, they could do that overnight, but not that genealogical stuff. It takes time. It's a process. Because how many times do they test it? How many labs do go to him? Went through 3 labs.
Yeah, it also depends on how close the familiar match was to build it out. Find the
That's
stuff.
something I heard about this case. Well, both you guys. That's something I heard about this case is like apparently they got the match a lot quicker because usually you do have to go through like a crazy chain because it's usually like your fourth cousin or whatnot. But I don't know how much like vitality is in that. I honestly it doesn't
I
change the
know.
facts that they have the DNA.
I know that Cece Moore was saying that her and her team, their average for like the last year or so, maybe 2, was about one new match per week. Like so, or identifying either a victim, like a Jane Doe, John Doe, or a perpetrator. So, or suspect, whatever. So if they're moving at that rate, I would imagine it's maybe similar, but that also is like taking the average where one could
Yeah,
be
and
2 days and then the other one could be a month.
Ray can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's also asking like as like when they get the DNA sample, like what like how long does that take? It's like I understand what you're saying. You're averaging like what like
Yeah, all the
you don't know
steps.
when they actually get it. Are you saying that like it takes 1 week for like them to actually get that? That would be
No, that
incredible.
There's
like what
different
she was
DNA
saying is
tests.
after they had the DNA profile. So I don't know how long, like what you were asking, Ray, about all the steps.
What I was saying is there's different DNA tests, and they already said when they were talking about the DNA, the steps they had to do. They had to do the additional, the first step, and then get that, and they pull those, what was it, the strings or whatever. I don't know the
That,
terminology.
yeah,
They do that test, so it goes to the other lab, and they work on that. And each step it takes more time because they're zeroing in deeper and deeper. But when you go to that site, what if you get like 100 matches? You have to go back through
Ray,
all the 100 matches and disqualify one.
I
mm-hmm.
do know a little bit about science, and I think that's a lot more. Oh, sorry, Scarlett. We're talking.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I think that's a lot more of a very, very more complex question because, like, as like a lot of other kind of like forensic stuff is gonna gets more like known, it's just gonna get smaller. There's gonna be smaller and smaller window. So the father or whoever they actually weren't able to establish a chain of custody. Really not chain of custody, but they couldn't because I've seen documentaries where they pinpoint this person gave this person this DNA, this person this DNA, and I think that's what the defense is going at. But I don't think it's going. Either way, it's going to become a smaller and smaller window as like time goes on because people are going to be putting their DNAs in, except
Yeah,
for everybody
as,
on panel. Apparently, their kids aren't going to, but other
as
people are.
technology
So it's
advances, I can see, we got like machines that does sniffing, and it can smell stuff and tell you exactly what that is. The makeup, the content, whatever that is, the machine can smell it and tell you what it is. And eventually we'll have some sort of test where you could just touch the blood and it'll show the whole DNA strand automatically.
yeah. So basically, from what like it started out with genetic genealogy with like it's your fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth cousin, it's going to start to be your second cousin or your first cousin. It's just going to be narrowed down as time goes on, in my opinion. Obviously, that's speculative. That's my opinion
Yeah,
because
the
as more
database
people,
will build up.
Or
There'll
you
be more
donate
reference
it
points.
and they get an exact match the first time.
Then you hit the
well,
lottery.
you can probably explain better. I think you understand what I'm saying, Papa. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Scarlett, did you find the dates for the car?
No, I'm still going
I
through
just
them.
sent you a link with the, or at least I think that's the day that they found it. It was a Tuesday. I think that the 20th. Let's see if it's Tuesday.
Let's see. All right, so Moscow, Idaho police confirmed Tuesday that they're investigating an abandoned white Hyundai Elantra found in Eugene, Oregon.
No, it's the
So
20th.
this one was published on the 20th.
And that's a Tuesday.
Okay, so that would have been the day that they. Okay, so it was found on the 20th. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why it seems like though it was before that because
I
it
think
seems
it was
like it was
found.
forever before that they went like not asking any more about the white Hyundai Elantra and asking for the public's help.
Yeah, I thought
So
it
the
was found
car,
by somebody, with a GoPro, a one, like a, aspiring, social media person.
Oh wait, the
so
car.
the car came on. Yeah, he found it too.
Yeah.
The radar, the 17th.
Okay, so that's when they found it on December the 17th at 5:19. Okay. 'Cause
And then they contacted Ellie, and it took Ellie 3 days to deal with
yep.
it. And from what all that I understand from it was that they just talked to the owner. You know what I mean? They took the van, talked to the owner, took their word for whatever they said, and it's all good.
And told the public not to bother her, that she had nothing to do with she had no connection to Moscow. And I want to say that they said the house or the crime or whatever, and for the public not to contact this lady.
Well, that's because the rumor is that it belonged to the owner of the house or someone related to the owner of the 1122 house.
Or at minimum, using it, because I recall something to that effect.
Because, yeah, apparently the owners lived in Colorado, and I forget what the whole thing was. But,
The lady who owned the car also lived in Colorado.
well, that's why they're saying that it was the owner of the house's car.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
have a personal
I
question
don't think
when
that
I
was ever
can.
a. Yeah.
Go ahead, Marina.
It's pretty quick. So I wasn't really involved with this case in the beginning. So what if Ellie is not allowed to be mentioned? Can someone just put in the back chat? I don't know what actually Ellie stands for.
Oh, law
Law
enforcement.
enforcement.
Oh, okay, that's it. All right, thank you.
Your IQ just went up. You just got smarter.
Hey, Goddess, how are you? Damn, that was cold. One juror matter. How are you? I'm trying to eat ice cream.
Oh,
You eat
My
ice
son
cream
loves
a lot.
I do, dude. Ice cream is like ice cream and gummy bears.
I could
diabetes.
live off lasagna and key lime pie.
Oh,
Ooh,
key lime pie is
lasagna
the
is
best
good.
too.
My boyfriend makes lasagna with feta cheese. Oh, so yummy.
Altered Soul, what is it that you know the answers to? Angie, ice cream is really good, especially with it being so hot down here.
Come on up and share your knowledge.
Scarlett,
I'm all about the half baked ice cream.
I hate to hammer this again, but on the PCA, can you read or bring up, if it's not any trouble?
Yep, I can. What you need?
Okay, the part Dylan and Bethany from their electronics devices, we believe, or we presume, whatever words they're using.
Okay, it says the combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and the video of a suspect, and they meant vehicle here instead of video. As described below, leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. Is that the one you were?
Yeah. Now, what would Bethany and Dylan be doing on their phones at 4 o'clock?
I think they were texting each other.
So they know that somebody's already in the house at 4 o'clock.
I think it might have been more towards the 425 mark, and that's where they're getting that 425 at.
And I think it's just being sloppy because I think when they get to 4 o'clock is when Dylan said that's when she first got out up approximately 4 o'clock. She got woke up to Kaylee. She assumed Kaylee and the dog playing.
and why wouldn't it say if Bethany had woken up or had heard something? Why?
Or
Well,
had
I
made
mean,
a
they don't have to
statement.
mention everything, but it does say specifically just DM statements to law enforcement. It doesn't say Bethany
Yeah, they do
and.
just.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah,
I still like something's itching in me says Bethany didn't come home when they said she came home.
I mean,
Well, if
I
you
said
ask
that.
Blaker, she never came home.
I mean, I said a long time ago.
I
I
feel
wonder if
that
Bethany
too.
was at
Like
home.
till the next day when the light was up.
yeah. I feel like everyone's focusing on the are we allowed to say her name? Dylan in the house. And not the other one that was alive. And I wonder if that's like a tactic or just I just don't know. It's just very curious. It's very odd. I've never gotten a good feeling about the ones that have been kept not in a bad way because I can't fault them for obviously they lived. Thank goodness. But there's just something that I don't know.
We
It
don't
just
want to
my
play the
tongue.
blame game. There's already enough victims. We just want to get it right.
Right.
And there's so
Exactly,
many
exactly. That's
questions.
why I can't say that like, I don't fault them in any way. They're just I feel like they know so, and it's gonna come out in court. It's just the anticipation is killing me, or unaliving me. I'm sorry,
See,
unaliving me.
what's confusing here is, okay, you took a statement from Dylan and you took uh, forensics from downloading her phone. On Bethany, now she's a key person in this trial. You only took a download from her phone.
Why do you say she's a
Well,
key person and
they
not
did
Dylan?
take a statement because she did say she saw Ethan and Xana from 9 o'clock to 1:40 whatever at the fraternity.
Dylan, or I'm sorry, not Dylan, Bethany, and then putting her at two places in one time, and how they have it worded is bizarre. I don't get it. They're not saying
Thanks, Idaho.
that she came home at 1 o'clock, and then she later left and went to the Sigma Chi, and that's where she's seen Ethan and Xana until 1:45. It doesn't say it like that. It literally, the way they worded it, it makes it sound like they're putting her at two places at once.
They're
If
putting
they
her
were a channel,
two.
YouTube would ban them.
Well, we don't know if she went back, as you've stated many times, Scarlett. And I believe, again, based in law enforcement, I believe they have that digital information to place her wherever she was at that time.
Then why can't they get the wording right on the PCA? Like, just keep it out. If you're not going to do it right, don't do it at all.
Whoever did it was
Like,
novice and maybe don't know grammar too well, maybe not too intellectual. I mean, I'm just throwing things out.
didn't work a lot. Oh my god. I do agree with Scarlett. Scarlett, you made a really good point. Like, it literally is so confusing. And
A
I already
sixth
knew
grade
about this, but like,
a sixth grade honor roll student could have wrote that better.
yeah, are you smarter than a fifth grader? Apparently not. But
A lot of
sorry,
people
no
are.
offense to.
I'm only 10, so.
Okay, you could actually pass.
Callie
Who
Dumb,
told me? I still want to know who told me I
it
was
was
10.
measured out that from the Sigma Chi house to the girls' house was 500 yards, I believe, is what it was. It's really not that far between the two. Hey, Bullets.
And then I'm trying to give Bethany the benefit of the doubt, and as my mind says, but wait, she said she saw them from 9 until 1:47 or 1:40, whatever, at the fraternity. So that means she couldn't have left because she saw them for that entire time period.
Okay, let me find Bethany's. Okay, that's Dylan's.
Because there's the difference in the two PCA wordings, too.
And
But they don't.
also, they were still asking for that time gap before Xana and Ethan. If they already knew because Bethany told them, why would they still be asking for it?
And say
Tara
that
Blue
she was
wants
home at 1.
Tara Blue wants to know, who did Ethan get in a fight with? That's just hearsay so far, isn't it?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
never
just
have
hearsay.
said who it was. We don't even know if it's true or not.
It's just like with Ellie, just like with the military, things happen. We close ranks. We close our mouth. A lot of smart people, they don't talk.
Oh, I was a choir boy till I joined the military. The government's one that teaches you how to cheat and lie.
Okay, so on the evening of the 12th, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on University of Idaho campus from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45, Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. And then she also stated that Chapin did not live there; that he was just a guest of Kernodle. So how did she come home at 1 o'clock if she was still at Sigma Chi? That makes no
Welcome
sense.
to the Twilight Zone. Doo-doo-doo.
The only defense the police has in this, he goes, that's what we were told.
But they didn't catch it before they put both things in a PCA.
Well, see, I'd have brought him back and say, you sure? But, remember my
But
cousin
in
was,
the
Yeah.
you
Well,
sure
they
about
probably brought them back a lot of
wait,
times, but
in the
nobody
PCA,
proofread it.
In the PCA, it doesn't say that she was home by 1.
No, that was in the.
That was
Which
in the
one of
press
the
releases.
Do you remember
Yep.
what day that was?
Like every day.
Okay, I'll have to go back and find it. Just saying, have a good night, honey. Somebody just asked me for a toolbox. Now it's here. May I have a toolbox? What do you mean a toolbox?
Like I say, I still wonder about the interviews and if any of the, let's say, the major players, our major suspects, change their testimony from one interview to another, or like, a lot of them do. They'll change their testimony every time. A lot of people that are guilty.
Mm-hmm. And I do remember, and I want to say that was on an interview about what they were asking. They said that they were trying to backtrack Ethan and Xana's whereabouts before they went to the party. And I want to say that was between 8 and 9. But I don't remember.
What day are we on now?
What?
What day? Sorry. Where on the timeline are we at? Sorry, I got sidetracked. I'm sorry.
The 12th into the 13th.
13th, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And Ethan, right? He was at a different ball or formal.
Yeah, I knew he
that
had
day
been,
earlier.
Yeah, so he was his sister Maisie's date, and then Hunter also went, and he was Maisie's roommate's date. And I remember his mom saying that like that was the last time, that they were all three together. And there was 1 or 2 pictures that came out that was taken of all of them together at that.
And Maddie and Kaylee before was at the football game.
No, Maddie and Kaylee were at the corner club that night.
I thought they went to the corner club after the football game.
Okay, I never heard anything about Kaylee and Maddie being at the football game. I heard that Dylan was at the football game, but I don't know if that's true or not. And Maddie and Kaylee could have went to it, but I haven't heard that that's where they were at. The only place I'd heard was at the corner club.
I feel like I have a faint memory of Mrs. Gonsalves saying that at one point. But I'm not sure. That they had gone to the game.
My data bank is like polluted with all kinds of THC, that short-term memory loss. But my friend, so many times, I'm the one that remembers shit, and I'm supposed to be the one with the short-term memory loss.
Well, you know me, I forget everything. D. Smith, no. There wasn't any pics of Xana from that night that I know of. She didn't go with Hunter and Ethan, excuse me, and their sister Maisie. Hunter and Ethan had actually went with their sister and the sister's roommate as their dates for the I forgot what it was called, but it was something to do with the sorority, which is also what Kaylee was going with Dylan to. Was a thing for the sorority.
But it was like the day before.
Yeah, that Friday is when it was.
And they went to the corner club at what, 10 o'clock? I think that's what they said.
Oh, let me see. I think that was in the PCA.
They would at least know because of the cameras that, pretty much exact time they arrived.
Okay, let's see. I think it was 10, but let me go back to the PCA and find it. It's up here at the top.
Okay. Also, if it's not there the time they got there, it's in a whole bunch of those press releases.
Okay, yeah, it says here that Gonsalves, Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on the 12th and 1:30 on the 13th. So they got there about 10. Roger, I think they lawyered up because they knew that they were going to be speaking to police. And no matter what situation you're in, you never talk to police without an attorney. Never. No matter what.
They'll make you guilty of
Yeah,
something.
always.
Yeah. No matter if you've done absolutely nothing wrong and you are just a witness to something, or in this case, like with Dylan and Bethany were, you still don't go talk to police without an attorney.
You always ask for an attorney.
Yeah,
I'm
so
agreeing. Sorry.
for
They'll
that,
say you
for
match
that
the
you can't blame
description.
them. Excuse me.
Oh, did anybody else know that the Twitch footage was seen by one of the last unfortunate sightings of the friends at the
Yeah,
food truck?
that's why I don't like
Yeah,
watching it, because
that was sad.
we literally, when we watched that was just what, 2 hours from what they're saying,
That's hard. Yeah.
2.5, 3 hours before the murders happened. That's literally the last time they were seen alive. So it's very sad. I don't like watching it at
I
all,
beg to differ.
unless there's something that I need to go in there and look at or whatever.
I'm just timeline wise. That's all.
No, I'm saying the last time they were saw alive was when they got out of the rideshare vehicle.
Oh no, yeah, that. But I'm talking about like that we're able to see. There's
Yeah, like
no
the
more.
actual.
Yeah, there's no more social media posts or anything like that.
It's haunting. It's eerie.
Yeah,
I don't like it
I
either.
mean, you see them standing there, and they don't know what's gonna be happening in just a few hours.
And yeah,
It's very
But
sad
that,
because we know
haunting.
what happened a few hours after that,
I
and
think
to sit
that's
there
better.
and watch them.
Not knowing.
I
I
agree.
would rather something happen to me sudden than
Yeah,
know.
I mean, yeah, I get that. It's just that we know what's gonna happen to them, and they're there, and they don't know, and they're just having fun and enjoy each other,
Yeah,
and all this
like
and
in
that. But we
yeah,
know
not a
what's
care in the
about to
world.
happen, and it's very, very sad because
I
we
think a
know what's about to
positive
happen.
that at least it seems like the way they say that it happened. They didn't suffer. It was quick.
Yeah, yeah. It's just, and I know Tonka had said something in the chat earlier about something in the food truck video, and so she's supposed to send it to me so I can go back and watch it. But if I don't have to watch it, and I'm just going to look for a certain thing, I'll skim through it to find that certain thing. But other than that, just watching it, I can't. It's
I'd ask
too
Tonka for a timestamp so that
it's
you
too
only have to watch
heart-wrenching.
that little part.
Oh yeah, she'll send that to me. All right,
It's just
y'all. I'm about
haunting,
to.
in my opinion.
Yes, it is. I'm about to end it in about 5 minutes. So if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so we can try to get the last few minute likes in.
We have to boost the algorithm.
Thank you, Tonka. I wonder what creepers are at home who watch Twitch. I would have never thought that a food truck, like, I get the concept of having cameras around it just in case anything happens or whatever. I get that. But what is the reason for having it live while they're there?
Well, that's CCTV, isn't it?
Garner
Oh no, hold on,
advertisement.
live.
Did you hear me? I said to me it'd be to garner advertisement to increase your footprint
Yeah.
to get more
Yeah,
customers.
maybe so. I don't know. It's kind of weird though, honestly.
Well, there's a lot of voyeurs out there.
What about the guy?
It could be like a. Go on,
What
Riddle.
is it, Riddler?
I said, what about the guy at the food truck that's wearing a tank top and shorts?
He's drunk.
That's me.
What's his story?
I used to wear tank tops and shorts and flip flops in 1 foot snow. And people look at me like I'm crazy. And I don't like the snow. I'm, a California boy. I'm in the heat all the time.
Yeah, I think he was probably drunk, and he probably
Yeah.
felt like he was hot when he really wasn't.
I just thought maybe I'd give him the benefit of the doubt that he was an athlete, like a cross country runner or something, and he was trying to get acclimated.
Well, I thought when I moved to Seattle area
But
that
for his defense,
I was going to hate it because it was going to be so cold. I was going to be freezing all the time and yada, yada, yada. And I never got cold, even when the snow was out.
I don't like snow.
I hate the cold.
I do too. But I hate it. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Right now, as hot as it's been down here, I would take some cold weather right now.
Well, I was going to say the opposite because the difference between cold and hot, you can always put on more clothes, more layers when it's cold. When it's hot, you can only take off so many clothes legally.
Legally.
It's illegally. But see, my problem is once I get cold, I'm cold. I can't get warm back up. That's my problem. That's why
Blankets,
I,
blankets,
Same.
blankets.
it doesn't. It takes me forever to warm my body back up, and it does. I don't. That's why I don't like cold weather.
And then your face
I'm a
gets
man.
cold
Hmm.
I'm a
and your
man, and
nose.
all the women that I've known or hung out with, I've noticed that they go from cold to hot to cold to hot to cold to hot, and I just stay at that. I feel the same the whole time.
That's a nice way for. That's a nice way of saying we have hormones.
Scarlet. Now the grub truck is
Oh,
about.
I was thinking, are you
Well, I
talking
think it's
about how they feel
biology
about
and
you?
I'm
hormones
just joking.
myself.
I'm just joking.
No,
I'm just
I was gonna
joking.
ask Gray, is that how they're feeling about you? I caught the cold.
On
Scarlet.
cold. Yeah. Yes. No.
They
Yeah.
always call back.
Yeah,
Sorry,
The
Riddler.
Riddler.
the
That's
grub
funny,
truck.
Copa. That was funny.
The grub truck is about 3 to 4 blocks from the corner club.
Hmm. Yeah, it's not very far, but I don't think that they park in the same spot each time either.
You'd have to ask
Don't
someone from that college.
don't they move around, like park in different spots around town?
Uh,
I think you're
That's
right.
the
They're a
speculative.
couple.
Let you know because like I know a lot of food trucks, the same thing,
Uh-huh.
and they always park in the same spot because you don't want to move around. Your regular customers show up and you're not there, you're losing revenue.
I
He
mean,
and
you
they
said
just
do
that.
have
have to
wheels,
log
so
into
obviously they
Twitch
can
and you
move.
know where they are.
Yeah, it seems like I had heard or read it or something that they don't park in the same spot. But then again, I've also heard that they're I don't know if they're the ones that owns the restaurant that they were parked outside of, and that's why they were parked
Scarlett, I think
there.
it all depends. I think because in like downtown DC, like there's a Farragut North. It's like downtown DC. It's like where like you can see the Capitol. Like they have like spots, and like you have to pay for those spots. So like um. I think that like if it, I don't know if the food truck has been in service for a long time, but it's gonna matter. Like they're gonna go to where people are, and there were people there. So like you're trying to make it money as a food truck. You're not thinking about any type of crime scenario. You're trying to make money, so they're going to go where the people go.
My deduction is just from me being a businessman for a long time and, having to advertise and having to do all these things and having to pay for employees and having to do all that stuff that I know that I want my customers to feel secure that they're going to get the same product all the time and not, even if I'm using Twitch, not have to chase me down from one end of the town to the other end to be able to get their fix.
And that could be why they have the Twitch. It could be that they have it to let people know if they are parked in a different spot, where they're at for the night.
Also,
Yeah,
if
I
they
think
get
so too.
robbed,
But I'm just, with my logic, I would park in the same place every time unless the police messed with me and made me move or I had to get permits for that area. Because, like you were saying about DC, I've seen like documentaries on like New York and they have the hot dog little carts, and they
Oh,
chain
yummy.
them to the poles. They're always in the same spot every time. They do. They chain them to the poles because other
They
people will
do.
get your foot out the way and take your place.
I think
Kelly, I don't even see what you posted. I tried to go back up, but I don't see anything.
I just to see someone in New York trying to pull the hot dog stand away. Oh, that's too funny. So I'm sorry. There's either way. Uh, New York's a whole different ballgame. But
King Scarlet, what
um,
did she say?
wouldn't Twitch be some type of or you said Twitch? You guys said Twitch, right?
Yeah, they live stream on Twitch.
Couldn't that be some type of security camera?
No, Twitch is like YouTube.
Well, I know what Twitch is, but it can act as a security camera because
Well, I
obviously it
mean,
has a
yeah, they
footage.
could
Do they
use it
collect
in case
revenue off of Twitch from that?
they possibly could.
Well, yeah, a lot of people that are on Twitch, and what's their followers like? What's the number of followers? I've never
Yeah,
like
and
looked at that type of information, but I dive deep. I want to know every little angle.
Let me
if
see
you're
if I can
catering to a
find.
bunch of colleges,
Let's see. Hold on. They're live now.
Because I know like people that make over $200,000 a month from their social media. Sometimes a lot
I
more.
don't think they're trying to make money on this. I think they were trying to save money. Speaking for their food truck, I think they were just trying to use it as their security.
Oh no, they've got it
In
live
my
streaming on
opinion.
Twitch. They're making money off the live stream.
Oh, they could be doing that. Well, now,
Okay,
but
so
before that,
I kind of heard something where people would make donations to buy other people's food. Like they see a pretty girl and say, "Hey, buy this girl X and X and X," and then give her my number or my Twitch number or my email or something like that, and let it say it comes from me.
I think,
You know,
right. I think that speaks for Idaho, honestly, because I don't think that would happen in New York. You'd be like, this happens. Oh, I mean, actually, you know what? Never mind. I take that back. It tracks because there's
Okay,
crazy things
so
that can happen. In New York.
they are actually live right now, but I don't see anybody at the truck. There's like just the workers. I don't see anybody like there getting food or anything like that. But it's only 1:30 in the morning there. And when Kaylee and Maddie was
Really?
there at almost what was it
1:30.
1:30,
maybe
it was
15 minutes
packed.
later. You got to think though, it's middle of the week. It's not the weekend.
Yeah, that is true too.
That is
Mark,
true,
thank
and
you
it's
so
probably
much for
good.
that super chat. And Mark says, cool to have so many people from all over the planet and love all the different opinions, except for last night, dude was spewing out stuff that was hard to swallow. Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. That is very nice of you. Thank you.
But is anything he said possible?
Yeah, anything's possible.
That's what I'm saying. But it's possible. And if I'm a defense attorney, because I think of it as a defense attorney, I look at both sides, but I want to see the proof. I can't see the proof as me being a prosecutor because what they put out isn't enough for me to prosecute. I wouldn't even go after it with the evidence we see, with the PCA we see. I wouldn't go after it because I want to make sure I get a conviction. I don't want him getting off on a technicality. And the way it looks is they bumbled and fumbled and tripped and fell over each other with all this stuff that they put out. And it opens up for a technicality to get him off.
How far does he live
Ray,
from that area?
That I don't know. I don't know exactly where he's located at.
Like, I didn't know if it was like 10 miles, 20 miles, or 100 miles.
All right, yeah. Let's see if we
Ray,
can get the thumbs up to at least 190. before we end it?
The only
I
thing
just want to say one last thing. Oh, go on, Riddler.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
I just want to say, um, no, now I've lost it. Okay, you can just end. Go on, Riddler.
I
Go
thought it
ahead,
was
Riddler.
towards me something I had said.
No, I had watched his channel before. Now he did not say this, but he had a guest on there. They're talking about I guess it's the Mad Greek restaurant, but the owner there is a lady. I went and looked up the business license.
Uh-huh.
They had a some man owning it, and this guy that called into him was, I guess, basically putting some heat on him, the owner of the Mad Greek. But when I went and did my research, looked under Idaho corporations, it's owned by that lady, and she was the one that said that she never seen BK at the restaurant, and it was
Yeah.
a worker there that said he came there once.
Yep. I remember that
Ex
article. I want to say it
ex
was
worker.
People's wasn't it People magazine that put that article out where the owner said that he had never been there?
I want to say yes, and
I
even or
I
it
thought
was
they
either
put
the
out
people
their
that had
own
him.
release.
Hold on,
Or
wait one second, Ray. What
I
is
said
it,
I
Riddler?
thought they put out their own release that she wrote out her own release about it and put it on like the internet or something. I remember reading the owner, the lady who read it.
Well, what I was trying to say was I didn't know if it was the worker that People magazine covered or if it was the owner.
I want to say the owner because I remember reading that article where the owner was saying that. Um, if it wasn't People magazine, then I'm thinking maybe Daily Mail. And I don't know why I'm thinking of those two, but
But the employee that said that was an ex-employee. That
yeah,
she wasn't working there anymore.
yeah, she was an ex-employee whenever she said about Brian coming there.
I did figure out what I want to say before you closed out, Scarlett, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
It has to do with what Bray was saying. So it seems like the defense, as actually like completely going on the defense in general. Like the prosecution isn't like, oh, we have to poke. Like they seem like they're pretty secure in their ways. We haven't heard anything like crazy from them coming out. It's all like the defense is like, oh, we're gonna like chart like the genealogy thing, and it seems like everything is coming from the defense. So I think the prosecution is pretty set in their ways, in my opinion. Um, so I do think the prosecution has the upper hand. And I think Riddler said that somebody said that earlier today. I definitely think the prosecution has the upper hand. That's all. Good night, guys.
Well,
Okay, wait.
I thought a lady that came in here the other night said it the best. Inside the courtroom, I don't have BK guilty. Outside the courtroom, I have him guilty as hell.
Wait, now
Because
who
you
said
don't
that?
have to prove it outside the courtroom. You do have to prove it inside. And everybody has their feelings
Exactly.
and opinions. And we all have one, and it's our own.
Let me check the chat one more time before I close it down tonight. Make sure I haven't missed any comments, y'all. And I do apologize. My chat keeps getting stuck. My StreamYard chat's not even working halfway. I don't know what's up with it. All right, I think I'm caught up on everything. I'm gonna have to
I did
end it
want to.
here.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
end it.
Marina.
But can I just say, who was it, Mark? What? That was an awesome super chat. That's amazing. So I just wanted to say thank you to you. I'm not freaking Scarlet, but that was pretty cool. So that
Right.
was really awesome.
Yep. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to end it here for the night. It's almost 4 o'clock. I gotta go to bed.
Good night. Thank you for having me up here.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good night.
It's a wonderful experience to
I'm
even listen into your channel. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you
Hey,
so much,
Scarlett,
Riddler. I hope you have a good night.
I gotta apologize. I fell asleep on you the other night. I woke up and StreamYard was open and everybody was gone.
You fell asleep on panel or in the chat?
No, well, I was still on panel and we were talking and whatever, and I woke up and StreamYard was open and nobody was there. That was like a couple of nights ago, I think.
Oh, that
But I
is too
gotta
funny.
apologize for that.
No, you're good.
You
Thank you,
guys have a
Mark.
good night.
All right.
Love
Have a
you.
good night too, Ray.
Have a great night, Ray, and have a good night, Scarlett.
You
Thank you.
too. Oh, you're welcome. I'm gonna be messaging you on Twitter in just a few minutes about something that I just thought of.
Okay. And
So,
can you send Lisa my email?
Lisa. Okay, so Liza.
Liza, yeah.
Okay, Liza. I don't know if I still have your email or not. Can you send me an email so I can send you Fofa's email? I know I had her email a
Or
long
just
time
send
ago.
it to her, and then I guess you could just forward it to me if that's what it's
Okay.
for anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Either
That
way,
would eliminate a step, I think.
yeah. Either way, or I can just send both of you each other's email. It doesn't matter. Okay. Thank you, Liza. Okay. So when she sends it
Thanks.
to me, I'll send it to you, and then I will forward yours to her as well.
Thank you for matchmaking. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
It was a pleasure as always. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Thank you for coming up. Dana, have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. I've got to get some sleep. I'm exhausted. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. One dear matter. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, please don't forget to keep the people in Hawaii in your prayers, Betty Joe in your prayers, and Dreamcatcher's granddaughter and the granddaughter's fiance's family in your prayers. And I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all later.